Hello everybody, just an update here. We are currently waiting on a couple of players to join the lobby. Actually, I think it's just one now. So hopefully getting underway relatively shortly. We'll keep you posted. BTS series SEA action coming up soon. Thanks for joining us. Hey everybody, we are still waiting on one of the players here from Team 123. They have been penalized for lateness, so don't worry, their delay is not going unpunished, but we are still waiting here. So as soon as we're ready for the game to begin, I will cue you in. Yeah, they'll continue to receive penalties here. The Yamate stack will until they decide to bring the whole squad. Stay tuned.
Falling and climbing, of but consciously remembrance into the world of astral travel.
Some others procrastinate, and some never get around to it. Those who get things done and do them well know the right way, and that's time management.
Hey folks, another update. It looks like we do have all 10 players in the lobby, so assuming this one loads, we will be starting here momentarily. Thank you very much for your patience. There will be time penalties issued to the Yamate stack because they were late, but we'll be starting here in just a sec. As you probably just heard, we're ready, folks. Here we go.
You've seen your last sunrise.
Silent of fall! Blake Widow's doing it! They're gonna take! He's gonna bring down Burning! Alone with a double kill! Dropping fast! Final points there! He's still alive! Wait, seconds left! He's got one side! He's got a second! He's taking it! Oh my god! On three! They're all dead!
Why, hello there, folks. Welcome to the BTS series. The Southeast Asia region continues. Right now, I'm LD. I'm joined here by GoDz. We got the Davids back in the house. We're casting, man. It's been a while.
Since TI, which feels like a while ago now.
It really does.
The Dota scene is different. Even though the new patch hasn't come yet, it's a completely different landscape.
The pubs are as cancerous as always.
Yep.
That's for sure. The techies picks, the blood seekers.
I can confirm.
I have not been pubbing much lately. I'm waiting for the next match.
Yeah.
You've been on the MMR grind, though.
Yeah, and it's been mixed results.
Yeah, you got to pick more Shrek. Well, guys, we do have a draft here underway, so we're going to hop into it in just 1 second. But before we do, let's take a look at the bracket for those of you who are wondering, where are we? We are on day number 2. So we're going to play our next 2 quarterfinals, or sorry, not quarterfinals, the round of 16 matches, and see which of the 2 teams will advance here. So it's going to be this match first, which is Satuduatiga versus Underminer, and then we're going to see Execration take on Ideal Esports. So, well, as you are probably wondering, who the hell are these teams? Well, let's find out, God. So we hop into the draft now, and we are just underway with the first couple of picks. So Satuduatiga, I'm probably butchering the pronunciation. This is the Yamate stack, all Malaysian roster, and then they are facing Team Underminer, which I'm calling the FCFC stack because he's the one player I personally recognize. And so they're also all Malaysian. So we have a Malaysian showdown here today.
Oh yeah, potentially a bit of a in-house grudge match as far as the Malaysian squads go. I guess the new Fnatic team no longer really Malaysian squad in a lot of ways, with only 3 Malaysian players. Although
I feel like Black is like a world citizen at this point. He's not really German anymore. He's a little, got a little Chinese now, maybe a little Malaysian influence.
He's played a TI under every region except Southeast Asia now. He did America this year. Well, at least played a TI qualifier. But last year it was China for CIS. The year before it was Europe. So he's like, okay, what region haven't I tried? Let's go SEA. So who knows if he'll still be in the team until TI 6, but I feel like that'd be a kind of cool story if you could have a player who's played in 4 different regions for 4 different TIs.
Yeah, I would agree. It could be quite the story. And let's look at our draft here. I mean, it's pretty much just stock standard, very stable, 6.84 picks. The Lina opening, this is something that wasn't really that popular before TI, I would say, but everyone just, I feel like Shiki was one of the big players that really drove this shift in terms of hero priority, just because the Lina's just so versatile. They ran it a little bit of support in the grand finals, but as a core, well, she's just disgusting. They will ban out the Huskar here. That's a little unexpected from Team Yamate.
They had the Husker. They had Lina as well, who's obviously can buy the Acceptor to deal with the Husker later on, but maybe just a kind of targeted ban at something that Underminer like to run. Underminer's been kind of, I would say, consistently tier 2 team within Southeast Asia, which is they kind of probably lose a bit more than they win, even against teams that kind of who are like at the top. Your Maneskis, your team like Trust, Fnatic, etc., MVP. So they pull off wins every now and then, but to me, 1, 2, 3 coming into this one's are probably pretty heavy favorites. And even with the opening 2 picks, I like that they grabbed the Lina. I feel like the Wyvern Earthshaker, it doesn't reveal too much, but normally you see a team pick up like a big X Factor hero in the first 2, and they haven't done that, although they do get Storm as their 3rd pick. So there's kind of the first little piece of the puzzle as far as what's going to really make the meat of that lineup.
Yeah, and well, Lina does have some ability to take down a Storm Spirit. Obviously, late game, natural Hex carry, but even once you get your Yules, that Ball Lightning has a bit of a cast animation, so if you time the stun just right, and they don't counterplay it with like a Fissure, you might have enough lockdown to kill him. Can steal the Ball Lightning, which is not bad, but they don't have the best lockdown for Storm, that's for sure here. And Underminer do have two very strong defensive supports, Slash and offlaner in the Earthshaker, depending on how they want to lane this, so we'll see. Satuduatiga now going to the Queen of Pain.
This has been a
heavy
popular
on the
hero.
nuke damage here. I guess the question is this a support Lina perchance? Or are
It's
you
possible.
still thinking core?
I'm thinking core. I feel like Lena's a really good matchup against Storm in mid, so there's no real reason not to run the Lena mid. It's going to do better than anyone else there. Yeah, there's an Earthshaker roaming, but whoever you send mid could get roamed on. I guess Queen of Pain has an escape, but to me, Queen of Pain is just a beloved hero, especially in SEA, because it kind of suits their very aggressive gank and fight heavy playstyle. This patch especially is very fight heavy, but the SEA playstyle has always prioritized that even more so. And Queen of Pain is very versatile because these teams are running at safe lane, mid, off lane. We saw like 3 or 4 Queen of Pains yesterday come out, and we're seeing a mixer of builds. We're seeing Yule Scepters, we're seeing Blade Mails, we're seeing all kinds of new stuff come out from Queen of Pain players.
Now, Shadow Fiend now the pick up by Underminer, so they get a good mix here of the physical and magical damage on both of their cores. And as seems to be I think the biggest thing this patch is that cores that farm stacks and supports to a lesser extent are just such high priority here. Your Radiant, you've got 2 heroes that can go into the jungle. Earthshaker, Wyvern could definitely use that experience in lane. And we could see Underminer play that more greedy kind of economy-focused game here, it feels like.
This makes a lot more sense with the Storm pick now, because I feel like picking Storm into Lena mid is not really the best matchup, but they probably were already planning on sending the Storm to the safe lane when they picked it third, said, well, take the Storm now, get the Shadow Fiend fourth, since they don't expect Team 1, 2, 3 to take Shadow Fiend unless they are running Lena support. No one outside of really VP runs the safe lane farming Lena, so...
What are you thinking for Satuduatiga here? If that's a core Lena, then they need a support and an offlaner, or maybe Quap goes to the offlane.
Well, Axe
there's
comes
your
out.
offlaner.
Yeah, they needed some initiation, which is also just a way of locking down the Storm, keeping him in place so they can blow him up. The Lena with a Yule Scepter LSA can set things up, but that's often going to be counterplayed by an Earthshaker, so you need that secondary catch and pick off potential, which Axe can provide.
And they've got a good way to interrupt the Requiem here as well. You have the BKB piercing call. Tough to get that thing off. Maybe they can cancel his blink and prevent him from jumping the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I see Axe actually gets picked a surprisingly high amount against Shadow Fiends because of the ability to cancel BKB Requiems. And
I know it was something that the analysts talked about at TI, was the Wyvern being a good counter to Shadow Fiend, because you can always just curse him.
You have to throw like you have to throw a very high cooldown ultimate, which you want to maybe save for like a big play where you get kills off of it. And if you're just canceling a Requiem, it's like, well, it's nice, but you may not get any kills in SF, and after it wears off, he may not get off a Requiem, but he can throw razors and still do damage. So I like the Axe better than that.
Axe.
Yeah. I feel Axe is really good here. Great against the Shadow Fiend, nice and tanky when he goes in with the blink call. He doesn't just become paper against the Shadow Fiend minus armor. There's no real physical damage coming from the other 3 heroes right now.
And they got a lot of burst damage. GoDz, the Laguna, the Queen of Pain ult, Scream is good burst. You now got the chop.
And Underminer have no burst damage. That to me is a big issue for them. I mean, your Queen of Pain, Lena, kind of fairly squishy heroes, but when Axe blinks in, there's no real easy way to just punish Axe for being aggressive. Well, all they can do is just counter-initiate with a Fissure and then run the hell away. It's not really counter-initiating, it's Fissure and run away, because their damage output doesn't exist right now.
All right, well, let's see if they can resolve that. They've got one more pick here. It's a support or an offlaner, GoDz.
I feel like they almost need a support with some like high damage output, like a Witch Doctor or something, because to me, offlaners are much more focused around like the crowd control, offering lockdown, being an initiator like a Clockwork, and that doesn't give you any more damage. They need Earthshaker like in the offlane and get something like a Witch Doctor or...
Yeah, and Earthshaker does not... I mean, I guess he could be that roaming support hero maybe, but then you're giving this Axe a lot of freedom in the safe or the offlane potentially.
Yeah, unless you want to go for something like kind of unconventional, like a Timbersaw in the offlane, which can give them some much-needed damage. I feel like most likely this will be offlane Earthshaker, though.
Oh, that could have been nice. The Vacuum into Fissure combo, we saw that from, was it C-Deck or LGD? Yeah. I think it was one of them at TI.
Wyvern Curse as well with a Vacuum.
Yeah, Vacuum, Fissure, instant Curse, like Requiem lined up all the while. Yep. Scary, scary combo.
So, last pick's coming out now. So, Underminer... I'm expecting the Earthshaker offlane. We'll see if that's what they have in mind.
And you mentioned the Witch Doctor.
Yeah.
Anything else? Pretty good zoning support as well versus the Axe.
Dazzle's another option. They could just kind of look to stack more minus armor.
Actually, we've talked about it on our cast before. Dazzle can be very good against Axe. Especially if he's looking to creep cut.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's looking to creep cut this
They
game,
go
though.
Phoenix, so more team fight. They're going very heavy on the team fight here. Does give them bit of more damage output, and to me, I think they're just saying, look, we don't have the best burst damage, but you guys can't take a team fight because we've got all the big spells, Fissure, Winter's Curse, and Supernova, Requiem.
It does look like a game where they may struggle a bit to zone the Phoenix. Rubik, not the best zoning support. I guess if it's the Rubik-Lina duo.
It's maybe just like last pick
decent.
Silencer or something.
Oh, that
wanted
would
to
be great against the Storm. I love a Silencer pick here, actually.
Another way of canceling a BKB Requiem if you want. If you hold the silence still after the BKB.
Or you just global, Axe just jumps on the Storm, and he's dead. There's no way to save him. But
They take Witch Doctor.
they'll go for the more stable pick here. They get the Witch Doctor.
Silencers are really greedy because he's not got any real TP rotation capabilities. It's one of those heroes when you're playing him in a support role and you're in the safe lane, you're just waiting for the day your carry leaves the lane to go ganking so you can just take over the lane and farm a Midas because that hero just doesn't gank, and it does kind of force you to play a very passive style, which is probably not what Team 123 want to do here, especially when they're against a lineup which is not really that... They're very five-man teamfight oriented, so they're going to want to just kind of gank and split the map and create chaos as much as possible.
All right, GoDz. Well, it's time. We're ready. We're getting underway here. Game 1 of a best-of-3 showdown between... For some reason, I keep on wanting to say STD, even though it's SDT.
Team STD.
We were wondering. I'm not sure if anyone who's watching knows. Does that mean 1, 2, 3 in Malay or something? Or we were just curious because I have no idea.
Well, that's their team name, but they tag up as 1, 2, 3, not SDT, so...
Yeah, I wonder if it translates to 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure. But I'm just going to call them STD and really offend their fans. No, I won't do that. Okay, so this is game 1, guys. Best of 3. Winner will be moving along into the quarterfinals. The losing team is eliminated. We've got a very concise format here in the BTS series. Each cup, just single limb, no bullshit. You know, you win a couple matches, you get in the money, you're happy.
Yeah,
we don't want to waste the team's time, and we want every match to be packed with meaning.
Yeah, all it takes is 2 wins and you're in the money. You're guaranteed, I think, $1,000 for 3rd / 4th place. So 2 best of 3s and yeah, $1,000 for your team. So not too bad for some of these teams, especially in Southeast Asia where there's not many tournaments, and the tournaments that are there are for like $1,000 total prize pool across like 2 or 3 months. So having $1,000 from 2 best of 3s is pretty nice across just a
and the money goes farther in most of the countries. Singapore probably the one exception where it might not even go as far as some Western countries. But all right, enough about the money. Let's talk about the Dota. Underminer on the Radiant side. We will have 1, 2, 3 Dire for now. Looks like they're going to congregate towards the bottom rune. Ward's getting plopped down. Radiant team is scouted out here. God, it's really nice ward. They got this one down quickly. And
Dire's level 1.
They look to fight this.
Level 1 fight for Dire is not too fantastic here, I feel. They've got Cast, Lina, LSA, but I don't really feel like they want to maybe fight here when Underminer could have a high ground advantage. So we'll see. Fissure is just so good in this level 1 fight. Not to mention Arctic Burn can catch 2 or 3 heroes. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 have already... Yeah, they're going top. This is not a fight they want to take. And
yeah, they're going to play this one safe. Maybe a bit of harassment play from What? But he's not likely to go in as he sees the Shadow Fiend rumble. They've already got eyes on, I think, 4 at this point, so they'll just take their free bounty on top. And Cloud will get off to a hot start here. Looks like he will be rushing the bottle. It will be the Shadow Fiend mid, and that will put Bakri onto the safe lane Storm. So they do have 2 pretty strong laning cores here, both ranged, both decent harassers.
Yeah. Interesting kind of Dire warding. They TP'd the Witch Doctor level 1, and they have this ward. Doesn't give vision of the rune, though. You could put that a bit further to the north and still get vision of the rune and the pathway that he's checking out here, but both teams going for the mid-high ground ward, which is something you normally see a bit later on, but going for it at level 1 really shows that both teams are prioritizing this mid lane over everything else.
Yeah, and it looks like 1, 2, 3 GoDz. They're going to run the dual lane bottom here. Witch Doctor Axe. Don't see that many Axe picks nowadays, but it feels like a pretty aggressive lane.
Yeah, Storm, one of the better heroes at handling this. He's got high base armor, which is really good against the physical damage of counter Helix, not to mention a melee damage nuke. Static Remnant, you just pop it down if Axe comes at you, and as a result, Axe has actually gone for a level 1 in Battle Hunger, so I think recognizing he can't just go up to Storm and expect to be able to get spins off if he's going to take a lot of damage.
Storm, pretty good last hitter. Not easy to stop the CS train.
Yeah.
So far, the Battle Hunger not getting a whole lot done.
They've got the right kind of approach. It's harass the Wyvern out of the lane to make it so Storm's kind of on his own. Wyvern only had 2 tangos, so they can look to bully him while the Storm then gets kind of left alone. So that's when you can go in for the counter helix. If Wyvern's not there to use Arctic Burn and to trade hits, suddenly you've got kind of a 2v1 advantage.
So let's look at the one lane we haven't talked about yet. This top lane.
There is no top lane for Underminer, apparently.
What do you make of this? Is there any way for him to get in here? Is it just too dangerous against the Queen of Pain Rubik?
Rubik is actually, like, I talked about Silencer, but Rubik does kind of the same thing. You can actually insta-cancel dive if you've got really fast fingers, so... I think as a result, he just doesn't want to go for the lane.
Meanwhile, Yamate finds the kill mid solo on the Shadow Fiend. The Earthshaker was there. It looks like, is it Jenny? Didn't even get into position in time. He was even rotating. They basically had a tri-lane mid about to happen, but too late. Lina gets the job done solo. Space created by the wily old veteran Yamate.
This is where it's exciting. Seeing Mushi and Yamate playing again in SEA. Mushi did the same thing yesterday, where he got solo kills 2 games in a row on a Lina, on a, like, mid-heroes. Yamate's just done the same thing. These guys are just mid-lane dominators.
Off to a hot start, and my camera work not quite so much. Little rusty. You know, it's been a couple weeks. Let the flames and chat commence, but we'll pull it together here as the cast goes along.
What's the Twitch emote for that one when casters miss kill?
Which is the one that you said you hate? Was it you who said? Oh, no, it's Toby. Toby said he hates when people type failfish in chat when he's casting. Okay. So I think that's probably a T-Tours or fail.
Oh, T-Tours is the one.
But guys, if you want to upset good old Tobers, then just failfish whenever he says anything. Just failfish no matter what.
Yeah,
it'll piss him off.
He says something right. Toby, please failfish.
The better the casting, the more you need to failfish it.
I think he's casting some SEA data right now, so go throw some failfishes at him as we speak.
Spam the join Dota chat with failfish. Everybody, now. Go forth, our faithful minions.
But be sure to come back and watch some Yamate Dota, of course.
Don't actually watch the stream, just the chat. All right, back to the game. So, let's see. Queen of Pain, actually, all 3 cores here on the dire side, guys, they're farming quite well early on. Whereas we see for Underminer not getting a whole lot here. Cloud only 9 CS. Yamate just constantly pummeling him in this mid lane, and he's just got to play defense for now, it seems. Yeah,
at this point, 1, 2, 3 are dominating 2 of the lanes in mid and top, and then the off lane, they're getting plenty on the axe. 12 CS, he's got Tranquils, level 3.5. He's contesting the lane. He's doing what like an off laner looks to do, and this is a big advantage going the dire side's way here, even just in the early game. So... for Underminer, Phoenix needs experience. Like, he can't just be... He's going to sit around, look to secure runes, make sure Lina doesn't get anything like a haste or an invis, and makes plays off of that. But at some point, Phoenix needs to get experience, and it doesn't seem like that's going to come top. It's going to be a level 6 Queen of Pain in no time at all, and Phoenix is just going to wait for the Queen of Pain to leave the lane or take over some other lane, but you can't really take over mid. Shadow Fiend's going to be looking to stay here for some time with this poor start he's had, and that's where... This Phoenix is really hoping that top lane pushes out, which it's kind of starting to do, but not for long. This will just get him level 2, if anything.
And that Laguna Blade is online for Yamate. So you mentioned the 2 big damage dealers, one already cracking level 6, the other not too far off. As the cast will go up bottom, it bounces between boys, and Bakri Anwar, decent damage from the Battle Hunger, which is still only level 1. Hasn't opted to level it up, but it is going to force the Wyvern back a bit. Still only level 2 here. And that it still seemed to be the thing. The Radiant support squads, they're not getting as much experience. Yamate, there's the Laguna from downtown. He finds him with the last plink of an auto attack. And we'll see here. Phoenix rushing in, trying to bring him down as well. The magic stick charges should be enough to keep him alive.
Level 1 fire spirits do no damage whatsoever. There was, like, yeah, Yamate's sitting on 200 HP still, even with the magic stacks. And the scary thing is, he's scouted out these stacks. There's a triple stack waiting in the Radiant jungle. If he can get himself in there, he can easily steal that with level 7 right now. So I feel like a big thing for Underminer is just farming this ASAP. And I think with the illusions scouting out the stacks, Cloud is probably just going to look to farm it right away rather than stack some more, because Lina getting this would just be game over. And yeah, Cloud...
just immediately abandoned and just... see ya!
Yeah, he's going to farm it now. Normally SF would probably stack it once or twice more, get a bit more out of the mid lane, but this kind of solves 2 problems. Lina doesn't get the chance to steal the stacks. Phoenix also gets some XP in the mid lane, so at least hits level 3 now. It's still... You're looking to salvage a really bad situation right now, and it's only starting to kind of cover and prevent the bleeding.
And Yamate keeps the pressure up here. Meanwhile, top lane also being pushed by Ben and Minerva. And Minerva just quietly getting his farm here. Level 4, almost a full level up on FCFC. We will see Cloud ramble down and secure himself a double damage rune. could come in handy here. So far, guys, it feels like Underminer is very much just playing defense. Do you see something that's going to open up the map for them a bit, or do they need to just sit back?
The heroes at this point are just going to be defensive. You've got Winter Wyvern, Earthshaker. There's no real playmaking capabilities. Bottom lane, though, Storm in some trouble. They get the call up with the creep wave.
Beautiful call, and now he's kept alive for the Wyvern. The spin's doing no damage during this time as Bakri will turn Queen of Pain over the top. Ben connects for a quick double as Yamate will swing through. And they're still looking to dive here. Looks like they may even try to steal the stacks. Yamato is a bit too late for that. But what is on the hunt? FC, where are you going, my friend? Ben's going to stop to farm the tower a little bit. He gets off the fissure. It's onto it. Does trap one in. He's going to try to eat his way out. Another tree eat, and they need to eat 2 more. He won't make it out in time, but the Wyvern is just so afraid to go in.
I'm about to say
it doesn't even matter.
That was a brave TP from Wyvern. They almost could have just gone for another kill if they wanted to. That was a great rotation from Queen of Pain, and that's what we've been seeing kind of during and since TI5, is that these safe lane carries are looking for the earliest opportunity to rotate, and the only downside to that is Phoenix gets a bit more experience, but you've already dominated this Phoenix so hard, and it gives Rubik the solo XP towards level 6, so easily worth it. Getting the 2 kills bottom lane, great awareness from Queen of Pain to rotate in there, and this awkward timing for Ben is going to be so impressive. He's already got the first Oblivion staff with Treads, so this is going to really shut down the Storm and Phoenix once he gets that online.
Even, in fact, it feels like it might shut down pretty much all these heroes. Maybe not the Shadow Fiends, but you've got a very spell-dependent pair of supports, the Wyvern, the Shaker, and well, if you're not able to get those off, it's almost like having the global silence in a way. You just, it just comes from your Queen of Pain. It keeps those defensive supports from getting anything done. 8-minute rune about to spawn out. They're just going to fissure away Yamate. Very defensive and reactionary play. It does seem 1, 2, 3 is feeling a bit outgunned right now. I'll grab a haster in bottom. That'll be going to 3, 4, 3. And it'll just sprint away.
Yep.
Kind of chilling.
Yamate would have liked that, but not going to happen for now. He smokes up, though, so this is... I think Yamate's saying, well, they're kind of protecting the mid lane. I want to get out of here, but you can't just run down river as a Lina and expect not to be spotted. So he smokes through, and he's looking for either Storm or the Wyvern here. And Storm is level 6, so it may just be the Wyvern that they take if they don't feel like they can get the chain stun on Storm.
Boys. Oh, smoke gonna break. He has scouted them out, but the cast comes through. Follow-up stuns there. Laguna with a slave. It is enough in the end. He hits both. They chase on to Bakri, who's just hit level 6. He's gonna be forced to zip away. So is the Bottle and Soul Ring. A bit of regen at his disposal. Well, top lane, Ben just getting aggressive here. There's no egg just yet. And he does have that Sonic Wave at the ready, along with a level 4 Scream. Maybe thinking about a jump here on Jenny, should he push out a bit farther.
Yeah, just be very careful on the Phoenix here at top. And Ben will be either looking for a TP rotation or a solo kill at top. Unlikely you get that solo kill unless Phoenix steps up, but you're going to just linger around this top lane as long as possible until you kind of find that opening somewhere else in the map which your team can create. Likely at the bottom lane, since that seems to be where they're being really aggressive on the team 1, 2, 3 side.
Now, the 3 next items are Unbound Gods. It's the Blink on the Axe, about 700 gold short or so at this point. Your Lina Yule Scepter, both of the big components already snapped up, and you already mentioned the Oblivion Staff #1 is complete. The second one under construction here. They're going to have a nice timing. Score 6-0, now leading by 4,000 gold, 2,000 experience. Feels like this one could get quickly out of hand for Underminer if they're not careful.
Oh yeah, and there's still more stacks to favor Team 1, 2, 3. Amate's going to find himself a couple more here in his own jungle, and with that, that's the end of it. That's the end of his Yule Scepter. So he'll have it. He'll go look to probably even smoke up again with someone like the Rubik. Rubik's got one already and hits level 6. So this is a really scary timing window for Lina as well as Rubik to get active on the map. Maybe just let the Queen of Pain farm up the Orchid. But they probably gank towards bottom because you get kills around the Axe, then Axe suddenly finishes his Blink Dagger. So I feel like this bottom lane is the place to take over if you're Team 1, 2, 3. Not to mention, taking the bottom Tier 1 tower is really important for the Dire side because it just gives you complete control over the Radiant jungle. You can take over, control the farm there, get great vision, which they've already even really got there with the Observer Ward, but strategically, suddenly Undermine are going to have very little room to breathe if they lose their jungle.
And with the ward already deep in their territory, should that tower fall, it feels like they will really have just a full Nelson lock on this woods, but not quite there yet. Axe is very close to the blink now, only 300 gold away. As they have rotated 2 heroes down. Both supports in position. Minerva cracking that level 6. And Queen of Pain, second Oblivion Staff. Well, he's got the quarter staff, although it looks like he and it'll buying it back home, so he won't have it in his inventory. But they are congregating GoDz, and it really feels like they want to make a play here on Bakri.
Yep. Well, Bakri needs to be careful. It's hard to get that kind of good initiation and bring down a Storm who's got Ball Lightning until you have got the Axe Blink, so... Or the Lina comes with the Yule Scepter, which is the other possibility, but... Lina for now just going to keep pressuring mid. You keep nuking out the waves, and you can't really defend this on your own too easily, because if Lina catches you with the Yules and you're the Winter Wyvern, you just instantly die, so you have to be very careful about how you play this mid-tier 1 tower defense.
Smoke number 2, Yamate and Minerva again on the prowl, and it seems they're heading down towards the river. About to be the 12-minute rune. Do they wait for that? No, he's going to clarity up, continues charging forward. No vision on anybody off in the woods, so they'll swing towards the lane here, setting up on the Storm potentially. This Yule's going to make it tricky. We'll have
Fissure
to
has to be
find the
perfect.
Fissure.
Yeah, this is...
They're waiting. They're waiting.
Oh, they've got the Axe Blink too, so he's going to Fissure the Axe probably, and that means Yamate will just get a great
He's going to start with the Yule Scepter. Call not coming out just yet. The Fissures on the other two. The Call's off the mark. Beautiful jump away from Bakri. He will end up escaping. Just not quite timed perfectly by what?
Yeah.
A very good defensive Fissure to bail him out.
Absolutely. I think the Yules gave them too much time to react. I think they should have led with the Blink Call and then just Yamate combo him, because Blink Call with a combo, I don't think Earthshaker can respond unless he's just insane prediction skills, but without wards, they've already been de-warded, so they don't see that coming. I think you get the kill in the Storm there, but easy to say in hindsight, and from their point of view, they don't expect the Earthshaker to already be in position to counter gank it.
They're going to try to counter-initiate here, jumping onto Yamate, who has the Yule Scepter still available along with yet another S4 rune, as they ball back and forth, trying to hold what and force him to take this Phoenix nuke damage, but it won't end up happening. Boys into the trees, now another dive forward, again gets the Fire Spirits out, not quite enough damage. Even Shadow Fiend joining the fray, the lone here that's not, as what nearly ticks down. Ooh, close, but it'll be healed up by 343. He blinks away. The man who chose not to join the fight, though, is Ben, and he is just free farming top. They forced the 5-hero rotation GoDz, and all the while, that Orchid getting closer and closer. I
think he would have TP'd instantly if he had his scroll up, but it was on cooldown, so... If he could TP down there, I think 1-2-3 looked to try and turn and re-engage using the Yule Scepter after they survived, but that was like Underminer throwing everything and not getting a kill out of it. That was a bit... That was really the fight where they were hoping to kill off Lina, especially, with that kind of initiation from the Storm Spirit with the Fissure, but not finding anything with a 5-hero commitment is worrisome. They've got the mech on Shadow Fiend. They're kind of going to group up and look to siege this bottom tier 1 tower a bit, but I feel like 1-2-3 can easily make a play to defend this, especially with the Orchid.
Cheeky positioning here from 3-4-3. They do spot Jenny. I'm not actually sure if it is Jenny, but it's just easier for me to say. As JNY continues to move towards the bottom side of the map. So they still 5-man their own woods. 1-2-3 taking full advantage of it. They finally find 3-4-3. He's been hiding out in the tree line. A bit of a sneaky witch doctor, but he won't find the opening. Man, these wards, GoDz, look at the dire vision. One of them expires right as I say it, but they just see everything.
I think Underminer kind of recognizing that if they lose a fight at bottom lane, lose this tier 1 tower, that's when they get snowballed on. Right now, it's still a 5,000 gold deficit, but they feel like this is the one real timing they have to make a stand and try and turn this game around in their favor. And if they lose this, it could very quickly be the end of this game. But if they manage to make a good hold, they almost had a good fight last time. They have got all their ultis back up. Then they can have a good fight.
Here, Bakri trying to bait something out, and now Cloud engages. The Fissure's there. He doesn't get the initiation off the bat. Then they burst him down, and the egg's available again. This will force the other 3 back, and on the side of the fight is Ben. Looks like he should be able to blink out, so they lose 1. They force out the egg. Yeah. But again, Underminer finding the kill, and that's the Shadow Fiend Yoga Club. 400 gold banked. He already has the mech. And Storm Spirit, well, at least he doesn't die. A nice fight there. Underminer, they end the shutout. They finally get a kill on the board here at 15 minutes.
They're playing this bottom lane defense really well. They're just kind of chipping away at 1-2-3. They're not going for an all-out team fight, although
mid lane, Yamate looking for the plays. The mech comes out. It's not enough. Cloud will die. I think he may have actually mech before any of the damage hit him there.
Yeah, I think so
Ends
too.
Up dying. Not sure how he could have played it differently. So much damage.
Yeah, it's hard. If you've got that tiny window when you land from Yules where you can use your stick or your mech, but you're full HP. So if you let him stun you, suddenly you get comboed before you get to use the mech. And I don't think there was a play to make there for Shadow Fiend. If he was on String Threads, I think he would have been okay, and he could have saved the mech till after the combo.
And that was the level 2 Laguna as well. I believe he already had it. So.
Yes, that's right. So.
Judging by how much time is left on the cooldown. So maybe if it's level 1, he could have held the mech, but that's just a very fat Lina early on. And You mentioned map control. We do see this bottom tower falling now as 1, 2, 3. They've already taken down the top tower. Queen of Pain claimed that earlier. And now moving in onto Bakri with the Orchid. Will find a solo kill. Ben making plays here along with the Yamate. These two cores are just getting out of hand.
Yeah, they're executing really solidly whenever they need to. The individual plays has been absolutely perfect from 1, 2, 3, and the overall strategy has been good. I think Underminer have kind of reacted to it well, especially towards that bottom lane area, but the main problem now for Underminer is that just they haven't been able to find the farm. They've been putting so much time and effort into defending that bottom lane and preventing 1, 2, 3 from getting that tower at the time they wanted to, so they've kind of kept control of their jungle, but as a result, you've got everyone, apart from the Shadow Fiend, really under farm right now.
Another haste rune. This is 4 for 1, 2, 3, 2 for the Witch Doctor, 2 for Yamate. And with this, he's now on the way to his Aghanim Scepter. Gets the point booster up. Bakri TPing in top lane, and GoDz, he's gone for the Staff of Wizardry here.
I think
Seems like more of a utility build. Our Storm is just not getting his items.
Yeah, I think he's just got to get the Yule Scepter to deal with the Orchid at this point. Especially when you're behind, you just sometimes have to commit for that counter item in the Yules and go from there. Then you go back towards the Bloodstone and assuming things go alright, because otherwise you're just going to end up feeding time and time again to Queen of Pain. Being able to actually farm a lane by yourself and not get solo killed is very important for a Storm in a game like this, because no one on his team is farming. He needs to be the one like solo pushing out lanes, and he can't do that if he's going to get solo killed by Queen of Pain.
She has been a threat, and Ben now picks up the Ogre Club.
Yeah.
Getting even tankier. Seems the BKB.
Also stops you
could
getting
be coming out next.
Yeah, also stops you getting solo killed by the Lina. If Lina uses you, you can counter.
There's your curse, though. They make a jump onto Ben mid lane, and they focus him down. You betcha. Underminer with the massive 5-hero dive. Now chasing for what? They have the egg available to point it immediately to force what a bit farther back. The tower's not that low. They're looking to focus the egg down. Will they get it up? Yes, barely in the nick of time. It does not crash, but the Echo comes out from FCFC, securing an additional kill. Still a 2 for 1 for Underminer. And what looks to go back in? He's going to call. He only gets the storm. Actually, FCFC was also caught. Instantly bursts down. 2 heroes end up falling on each side. In the end, the tower is claimed by the Wyverns.
Really great start to the fight, just recognizing that they can kill the Queen of Pain that quickly, and they get a T1 tower, 2 for 2, that heavily favors Underminer. They get about a 1,000 gold change in their favor, and that's easily worth it for them. They don't mind. Losing the Phoenix, the Earthshaker at this point is not really too big of a deal for them. It does give Lina another kill, and Yamate not actually going to go for the axe, decides to go for what we're seeing a bit of is the Bloodstone build, just because of how strong this item is. And how tanky it makes you as a Lina, so...
Yeah, no Ags, like you said. Shadow Fiend BKB is coming soon. So it looks like he's not afraid of that. But there will be some magic immunity in play here.
Yeah, he'll likely go back for it after the Bloodstone. I guess it's the mentality behind this is you want to start racking up the Bloodstone charges as early as possible so you can use the kind of low respawn later on to your advantage if you really snowball. It's more of a snowball item. And then if you're snowballing, you get your Ags so fast that Shadow Fiend only has maybe 3 to 4 minutes where he's got BKB before you have your Ag Scepter. And
any chance of throwing something, a little bit of a curveball at you? Just an Octarine Rush? Is that ridiculous?
On the old Lina?
Yeah.
It's not ridiculous. It's a fun item.
Looks like he's going to tick down here to the Soulburn. No, he barely survives through it. Whew, he could heal himself. He's just going to waddle away, and Shadow Fiend almost denied him.
You've got a mech. You've got a mech. Why would you deny him?
Mid-swing on the team KO, but just not quick enough. We may have an Arteezy Riki situation on our hands here, GoDz.
Do I mech you? Nah, I deny.
Somebody report these guys.
That would have been a clown.
That would have been a BTS moment. I'm actually so sad that he didn't get that tonight.
Oh. He knew what it was. I think it was just scaring his teammate.
What a dick. All right. Well,
the night. Yeah.
Is that buddy, I got something for you. Special delivery. All right. Well, it didn't happen in the end. So when the dust settles, they have the good fight mid. They also got the tower, which we mentioned very briefly. So a little bit of map control back for Underminer. What's the next step here, GoDz? I'm going to ask you about 1, 2, 3, because they seem to still be in the driver's seat. Do they go for kills here? Are they trying to sneak a Roshan? Do you just play like a farm game? What's the best approach for this type of lineup?
Roshan's not really on the cards without physical damage, no medallion, so I think it's going to be more about getting map control. They may look to pick up a gem on someone like Rubik rather than go for the Blink Dagger just so they can deward the whole map. And Witch Doctor farming a mech suggests they just want to be able to fight what should be the stronger team fight of Underminer with their own team fight, because they're going to have a Lina with 16 to 2000 HP, which means she's just so tanky, and the rest of the team have all these utility items. The Blink Axe with a Vanguard, he's tanky. A mech on Rubik, a mech on Witch Doctor, which means they can actually win a team fight despite having the weaker lineup.
JNY, hello, Yamate, and goodbye. It's just gunned down, and it will be the Bloodstone now, it looks like. Soul Rain and the Recipe both picked up. Yamate, well, he used to be called the Y God, gods. As of late, I mean, maybe Yafitz would argue for that title, but then, of course, he kind of took a step back from Dota. But he's back in the driver's seat here, and I feel like it's been a long time since I've seen Yamate dominate, to be honest.
Yeah. Even, like, the TIs where he was playing carry a bit, playing mid, it was never the Yamate of old, where back in the Dota 1 days, where this was just the most feared player to kind of go up against in the mid lane.
Even more so than, like, Mushi was. And this was, back then, Yamate was the guy.
Mushi kind of took over when Dota 2 kind of came out, but
I still want to see a 1v1 grudge match between those two after the little spat they had. I'm not sure if that's water under the bridge or if there's still a little salt there, but unfortunately haven't had one yet. Maybe we need to bring back Fistful of Tango.
Apparently Mushi was wanted to play with Yamate for their TI team, but it didn't end up happening. So they were kind of willing to be on a team together. It was talked about. It was not.
Okay.
It was very much like, for the sake of Malaysian Dota, we gotta stick
together. Put our
together.
differences aside.
Yeah.
This is bigger than us.
Absolutely.
Because Yamate, just looking for Jenny here. I can't quite find him or her. I'm not sure. Either way, unsuccessful. But they're gonna pincer this. Moving Ben into position. He's got the Orchid at the ready. He just needs the silence, and this should be a takedown. They're gonna lean a nuke. Ben creeping in. Now revealed. He gets off the silence. Follows up with the ult. 1, 2 more auto attacks. He gets him. And will earn himself, but not nearly quick enough. And all the while, they hold this bottom lane. Meanwhile, though, there might be a jump in. Bakri's waiting for it. The Fissure's there. The ball forward. Looking for the Witch Duct ult to counter initiate. It's doing heavy damage to Bakri's. Force back the curse on 2. Yamate and 3-4-3 just plinking away at 1. Can't quite get him. Everybody will back off in the end.
Oh, and Boy's in some trouble here. If he can't get this TP out, it's just come up. Okay.
What?
I
the
think
timing when he pokes around the trees just at the right time, and nobody really.
It's one of those things where 1, 2, 3 just assume he TP'd out instantly, so they're like, okay, let's not go searching for him because he insta-TP'd, but little did they know he was still there. But
helps that it's nighttime and that nobody was past the tree line at that point. They'd all run forward into the lane.
The problem there for Underminer is the Shadow Fiend TPing top as a response to the Phoenix meant he wasn't bottom lane. They needed his damage output to kill the Axe there. Needed the double raise at least, and as a result, they kind of don't get anything out of their bottom lane. Like, if you see 2 heroes top, if you're Underminer, you immediately want to get a pick off and jump in the bottom lane, but they needed 4 heroes, and Shadow Fiend TPing kind of ruined that for them, but you can kind of understand. He's like, okay, I can maybe get a counter kill. I can maybe save him with a mech, but unfortunately for Underminer, that's going to work against them now, and they are getting further and further behind.
Yeah, they really feel like they're being squeezed here. I keep on going back to the Dire Vision gods. It's only getting better as the game moves along. They got both D-Pill wards up. Nothing dewarded by Underminer. Haven't always seen these lead directly into kills, but it's giving them such freedom around the map.
Yeah. They're just taking tier 2 towers with a couple heroes. You've got a Queen of Pain with a Rubik backing her up, taking a tier 2 bottom lane. Top lane, the tier 2 is being pressured by a solo Lina with a Queen of Pain backup. So it's like 2 heroes pressuring super deep on the map and no way to punish them. That's really the scary thing right now for 1, 2, 3 is that they're being so efficient. They're out-farming their opponents while getting pickoffs and kills.
Now they try to jump in on what, but he's quick on the trigger finger. We'll make it back in now. Looks to engage under this. The Blink Dagger is cooling down for a bit, though. But they set up with the Yule Scepter on the Shadow Fiend, prompting the BKB, or rather prompting it, I should say. And they're just going to back off. So BKB blown and Underminer in a headlong retreat, but do they make it out here? Yamate's rushing in. He's got the move speed. No Yules for 12 seconds. 8 seconds out. Just throws out the Laguna immediately on full HP, boys. They look to counter this with the egg and the Earthshaker Echo Save, but the Death Force to go in the whole while. Plinking on the Cloud. The kaboom from the egg. Is it enough? They steal the dive now. Requiem does come off. Double raise. He gets him. The Death Bomb from the Requiem. Makes it a 3-for-3. Not too shabby, though. They look for more. Jenny. Scream will end him. It's an Ultra for Ben. It might be the team wipe. Did they get the call? Oh, just short. Just short. But in the end, a 4-for-3, a bloody massacre, top gods.
Yeah. And Lina got this Bloodstone deny, so that was not even money going Underminer's way.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, not the smoothest fight for 1, 2, 3. They just went kind of diving in, just balls to the wall for like, we're so far ahead. We're going to win this fight even if it doesn't go great. And it didn't go great for them. It felt like Lina just got bit too aggressive. The Supernova was absolutely perfect, but it goes back to the draft a bit. Talked about the last pick for Undermine. It really felt like they lacked damage. They don't have any way to finish off some of these kills. And the Storm, especially with the build he's been forced to go, it's going to be some time before he can become a big threat in these team fights. The real big problem for the Storm is he's the initiator as well as a big source of damage. So if he's leading the fight with a zip-in, it means he's the one who has to then use mana defensively to get out. He has to be very cautious with his positioning. So he never really has the ability to finish heroes off because he uses most of his mana to engage. You don't really want to Storm in a position where he's the initiator and also required to be like the cleanup because he can only really do one or the other. And
especially when they've got such good lockdown. They've got the instant lift, the call, the Yule setup, no BKB out on Storm. I guess he can Yules himself, but if Lena's patient, that doesn't even really protect him. The question is, they went for Phoenix, and it's not really the most standard offlaner, especially with this composition. Do you think something different that has more control and can be your initiator would be making a difference here, or do you feel like it's more just the outplaying of 1, 2, 3?
I think the Earthshaker as an offlaner maybe would have been a bit better. FC, or whoever's the offlane player, could have a lot more farm and levels on the Earthshaker, would probably have a blink by now. And that, not really necessarily as an initiator, because you don't necessarily start the fight off with the Echo Slam, but it just gives you some good follow-up damage to the Storm who may go balling in. So, and it could have just freed up that 4 position slot to pick something other than the Earthshaker with a bit more damage and a bit more threatening. Because this Earthshaker right now is not a hero that 1, 2, 3 have to do anything about in a team fight. FC just throws a fissure from behind, and that's his team fight contribution. Like
he got off an Echo there, but it's level 1. I think it hit 2 heroes and maybe 2 or 3 creeps. It wasn't the fight changer.
It's never
was not your Universe TI5 Echo.
No.
That's for sure.
It's never really going to be a huge threat until he gets level 2 ulti and a Blink Dagger, it feels like. Any Echo who can just walk into is probably just an Echo that 1, 2, 3 say, oh, you can have that because it's not going to win you the fight.
Well, maybe it comes down to the curse of boys. And you get a really good one here that turns Yamate against his comrades. That could help. The Fissure to start it off on Ben. Now they curse him, but the turnaround comes quickly. Laguna out and Bakri down for the count. Yamate at full HP as the Death Ward pounds into Cloud. There goes the cask as well. The Phoenix Knight doesn't do a whole hell of a lot. Storm down. FCFC roars in. Immediately gets punished. And then the Quap Bolt on the Cloud. Just plastered by Lina auto attacks. They steal the raise. They'll kill him with it. It's a humiliation takedown as they hunt for boys. He worms through the trees. He'll flap himself away. Oh, losing 2 cores, Gods, blowing everything. Yamate just not even scratched in the fight.
Yeah. This is still the Ag Scepter as well, so once they have that, the SF will struggle even more in these team fights still with him. The Queen of Pain did end up dying to the SF dying Requiem, but that's just like a small consolation prize for Underminer, who are in a lot of trouble now.
It really goes to your point about lack of damage. The last fight, they got a double Requiem off. The initial Requiem, then the Death Requiem. He's full souls. That's about as much damage as you're ever going to get from Shadow Fiend. He hit 3 raises. They got off the egg as well, and it just didn't matter. 1, 2, 3 are just too tanky.
That's the big thing here, where that's like 80% of their damage in a team fight, it feels like. The Earthshaker comes in, helps secure like a support kill at the end with an Echo Slam, but it's like he has to pay for his life for it anyway. So Earthshaker's like, well, I'll run in suicide, kill a support, and die in the process. It's not really a big win for them. The only win they can get is if they get that insta-pick-off on Quap, who didn't even die during the Winter's Curse. They committed everything to that Quap. Quap BKBs, blinks away, and even gets to come back in for a Sonic Wave, which helps bring down the Shadow Fiend. So that was really the biggest issue for Underminer.
Did not work out. And now they do have the Medallion. Yamate, I believe, has the completed Aghanim Scepter. Indeed, just delivered. He's just going to start soloing Roshan. Just goes in with the auto attacks. This guy is hitting every 0.38 seconds right now. That's like almost 3 attacks per second here as I try to do math in the wee hours of the morning. That's a lot of damage. Now the Medallion also picked up on the Witch Doctor. Kind of late to the party. There you go. A little assist. They're not even taking the top tower, Gods. This tower has a glyph of... actually, glyph was already used. Okay. Looks like they'll get the tower, but that's going to be it. Free Roshan elsewise for 1, 2, 3.
Classic Roshan for tier 1 top trade, and it always favors the team getting Roshan, I'll tell you that.
Especially at this stage of the game as well, where they're looking for objectives, it feels like.
Yeah. And they can start threatening. They haven't got the best high ground threatening lineup. They haven't actually got a carry. That's the one thing Underminer can say, well... If we get to late game, we've got Shadow Fiend is probably one of the better characters this game, and even Storm scales much better into the late game than I would say Lina or Quap do. Lina very good in the late game because you've got the refresher, Ags, Hex type stuff going on where you can insta-kill heroes, but Storm with a 4 or 5 big items, just has a huge mana pool and can do a lot more than a Lina can. It's a lot more flexible and just mobile on the map.
How about the supports? Do you feel like there's a clear edge in the late game here for either team?
Big control edge going Underminer's way. Having Earthshake is amazing late game, not even just for the ultimate, but just for the constant lockdown on annoying heroes like Lina, Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain's Yule's combo just gets completely negated by good Earthshake play.
A flurry of TPs as Underminer. Everybody just beaming themselves away. Oof. 3 heroes just like a half second from getting caught. But everyone will make it out.
I'd say both teams have good late game supports, but 1, 2, 3 aren't itemizing for late game. Witch Doctor not going for an Ags goes for the Mech, Arcane's Medallion. Heroes like Wyvern, though, you get 4 points in Cold Embrace, and in the late game, that is an insane spell to have when heroes start getting stacked and farmed.
Yamatea. Valkyrie. We'll have none of it. Just instantly zips away.
He one-shot anyone? Earthshaker 948 HP. Uh-oh, you gotta buy a branch, dude.
No, he can one-shot Storm. Storm's got 870 when he's on the
God. You gotta go straight.
I'm not sure if Yamate's noticed that just yet. Or
yeah.
He was in range there for a straight Laguna.
You gotta get those strength creds on. I don't know. Surprised to see him go for the Orchid over the Bloodstone. I feel like the Bloodstone he needs the HP more than anything, because he's the one engaging. If he ever gets caught out by a lift or a core when he engages, it's the end for him. So
yeah, even the Quapult is already just a huge chunk of his HP pool.
By the time he gets it, BKBs are up on the 1, 2, 3 side. BKB already on Queen of Pain. Lina's working on it. It's just about 1,000 gold away. Axe has a BKB, so this seems like a really bad Orchid timing, so it just felt like an item you just don't go for. Go for the Bloodstone and then go for the late game Hex.
And again, the Vision. The Vision is, with the Orchid, you want to find those kills, but they just see everything. 1, 2, 3. I mean, I'm finally Underminer begin to deward here, although they missed the top lane, but they have committed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sentry wards just to get rid of, I think it was only 1 observer they found. They didn't find this ward in the mid lane. They only got the hill ward bottom, as far as I can tell.
We want to make sure you have no wards on our side of the map when you're like putting sentries where they have right now. Like every possible aggressive ward spot has been sentried.
They've got money to play around with here, though. And the gem as well. Minerva's picked one up. Going with the Glimmer Cape, so they can now negate some more of this magic damage. The supports are just getting way more on the side of 1, 2, 3. Almost. What are their supports? The Witch Doctor nearly... Well, closing in on the combined net worth of the Wyvern Shaker. Though he's not quite there just yet. 1, 2, 3. Moving now down into the river. They still have that map control and the Aegis on Ben. Do you see them going high ground, GoDz, or is this just a farming Aegis?
It's so hard to go high ground with their lineup. Like, they're not having the physical damage there. In a pretty comfortable position without taking a Rax, but at the same time, it's like a good way to lose a fight and then have to worry about the potential comeback from Underminer. If you go for that high ground push, you get caught by a bat. The Winter's Curse is the big problem spell more than anything, where if a couple heroes get caught in that, it just sets up the combo with a Fissure, Supernova, SF Reckham on top. So
also, something Minerva maybe looks to steal in these fights. It is worth pointing out then.
Yeah. Here's Yamate's BKB. So they've got the triple BKB on their core, and I think that will at least be them chipping away and trying to get this tier 3 tower at bottom while they've still got about 1 minute left on Aegis.
Lina BKB now officially in tow, and they'll go. Ben still holding the Aegis now. He's 9-2-1. He's had a hell of a game on the safe lane Quap. Yamate 8-1-1. Both of these cores hardly dying yet. 3 deaths at 34 minutes between the two of them. And they're looking for the setup here. Blake forward. Silence on the boys. And while he glimmers to try and run away, mech'd up, kept alive. They turn this against Ben, but he's still the Aegis carrier. Almost wants to die here. That Aegis proc, but he'll blink out.
Okay.
Seems they may heal him up. Tower has taken a lot of damage. Ben will blink out once more.
That was pretty... I like that 1, 2, 3 went in there, because once Phoenix uses Fire Spirits, it's really hard for him to go in for a Supernova. Without the Fire Spirits, your egg is almost guaranteed to be killed off if you go in. So
that's a good point.
I think it was like, he just used Fire Spirits, let's engage. There's no way they can use Supernova. It's basically the ultimate's taken out until Fire Spirits come back up, which is about like 15-20 seconds between the end of the duration and the next spirit. So it's like, hey, we've got a 10-second window. Let's get in, try find some kills. They didn't get the kill on Wyvern, but it was very safe and just calculated play from 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, and of course Lina has crazy physical damage and attack speed. As they jump in onto Cloud. He never got off the BKB here, and he's already taken a lot of damage, but the egg comes through. The Fire Spirits are there. What's hardly auto-tagging during this time as Bakri engages from the north. He'll find 3-4-3. The egg doesn't end up going off, though. Lina just BKB'd and destroyed it. Basically, one-woman army. FCFC dunked, and now the buybacks start coming out. Shadow Fiend as well as the Phoenix both committing to hold this one. Only the Witch Doctor's even fallen. Yamate glimmered and retreating. What will make it out? The Storm Ball's in even deeper, but he gets cursed and turned on. Minerva stole it, and Bakri's gonna pay the ultimate price. Oh, the plays. And what a devastating takedown there. Your Storm Spirit, he dies. Shadow Fiend forced to buy back. Very expensive hold, GoDz.
That's kind of what it's kind of like a necessary outcome for Underminer, where it's like, well, we can hold our high ground, but it's going to cost us and cost us dearly. The SF gets blown up by the Laguna Blade even during BKB. They had buyback, so they were never really going to lose their racks, but at this point it's just you fall so far behind when you've got to use 2 buybacks, lose the Storm Spirit as well. They lost both their big carries, one of them buying back, the Phoenix buying back as well. Just huge money victory going 1-2-3's way, and yeah, they don't get a lane of racks. They're gonna have to wait for the next ages probably to have another go at that, but they're in such a good position financially.
Now there's a gem on boys now, so something for Underminer here, as he did buy one.
It's just one of those games where it feels like 1-2-3 have to get like a 25-30k gold lead to win the game, but you feel like they're going to get there just fine, just because of how well they're playing right now.
I mean, look at the graph. It's been going one direction here the entire way. They're like, it's like the tiniest little pip up. You know, they peaked a little 1,000 gold swing about 20 minutes ago, but that is really searching for positivity. Underminer very much forced back in their side of the map here. You're just not seeing the aggression from the Storm, the Shadow Fiend. They're very defensive, passive play, and like you said, it might take a while, but 1-2-3 is getting there. 2,300 gold now up on your Lina. A Hex completed on the Queen of Pain. Still room to move into that next item, be it some sort of damage item or even a refresher. Ben, not even 6-slotted yet, but definitely getting there.
Yeah. This Storm's going to be even sadder. Last fight, the one kill they got was on the Witch Doctor by Storm just throwing everything, including the Orchid, and now with Greaves, Witch Doctor just gets rid of the Orchid and puts on the heal, and he's fine. So I feel like the Storm's ability to get anything done this fight is going to be heavily negated just by this pickup. So the way 1-2-3 supports of Itemized, while slightly unconventional, we don't see any Blink on Rubik, any Ag Scepter build up for Witch Doctor. It's going to work out really well for them as far as preventing Storm from getting any kills and any momentum.
They still have the Stolen Winter's Curse as well. About, I'd say, 90 seconds, maybe a bit less still on this one.
Oh, man. Earthshaker really wants a Blink. FC is just...
this is poverty Earthshaker.
There we go.
There, he's got it. He's fissuring the...
Wyvern helps him out.
They're 4-man ratting the map, just kind of sneaking through the trees just to get that Shaker Blink. Still only a level 1 Echo, though, GoDz, at 38 minutes. FCFC getting punished by his old friend Yamate. They're going to move up, start hitting the tower. Glyph is available, quickly used.
They weren't really in position here, so this is just going to be a tier 3 tower and a Glyph for
free.
nothing.
And still that curse at the ready. Minerva hanging on it. Storm jumps in. He's got to be very careful about his timing. Cloud does have a double damager, and that may scare Yamate back.
This is really bad because...
But look at the damage. Yamate just continues to go, and they get off the Blink Call. Glimmering Cloud to try and keep him alive. The turn comes, though, as MCFC will engage and try to unload that Echo Slam. Not enough damage, though. Death Ward coming out. Someone cancel this thing. 3-4-3 doing a lot here. Cloud, the man, he's focusing, though. And Cloud's got a lot of armor, so he tanks it all. He'll survive. But Yamate now with the re-engage. Stun coming out. There's the Slave. Instantly blows up 2 heroes. Massive nuke damage. 3 dead. Buybacks don't appear to be forthcoming for now. The Radiant Squad, only one on Storm, and he's already alive. So they will be fighting this 2v4 with 1 lane of racks down. Looks like that'll be it. 1-2-3. Not going to get 2 just yet.
Yeah, it's rough for Undermine. The big problem there was they just weren't in position. Normally, like, yeah, your tier 3 tower's already low, but you want to trade... Anytime 1-2-3 is hitting your tower, you could be throwing spells at them and chipping away. That's kind of how you deal with those Aegis pushes, where it's like, throw a Fissure plus a Splinter Blast from a Wyvern, throw a Sunray. Just chip away at them so that when you finally do have that big fight engagement with the Blink Echo, they're already low. They're already down to 2/3 HP, even to 3/4 HP. By the time they went in, they were forced to defend their racks, and everyone on 1-2-3 hadn't been chipped away at all. So not being in position, having 4 heroes top really cost them there. I feel like it just made it impossible to even stand a chance of keeping the racks alive. And Next time 1-2-3 push, it's going to be with an Aegis and probably looking to do the same thing in top or mid lane now.
Fissure onto what? CFC just stalling these lanes out. But conveniently, Ro16 is about to respawn. This is the maximum respawn timer, but oh gods, do Underminer even consider a contest here, or do they just have to turtle up and kind of cower inside the base, waiting for that potential death push?
Deep Dire wards just kind of prevent it. They'll spot any movement out, and if they don't see any heroes on the map, it's like, well, there's a 5-man smoke coming our way. Let's just position.
You know, I think they also may have lost their gem in that last fight. Let's see. Where is it?
It's on the Rubik still. For the Dire side, you mean?
Oh, for the Radiant.
Do they have a gem?
They had a gem on the Wyvern. I'm not sure. Did they just forget about it?
There's a gem at the Dire base, so it looks like they lost it.
All right, so they even lost the gem. Not that it matters much if 1-2-3 are running down mid, but it could be where the Glimmer Cape is a little more irritating in these upcoming fights.
There is double Hex on 1-2-3 as well, and I don't think it's 9 that necessarily it's going to matter, but it sure as hell will cause problems for them. Someone like Shadow Fiend can now be locked down before he gets a chance to BKB.
He hasn't been getting off his BKBs, and there's the blink forward. Ben is going to Hex him. A lot of heroes waiting behind this, though. They'll counter-initiate what with the Shivas, preventing FCFC from really getting into the fight. They'll isolate the Earthshaker, looking to bring him down quickly. BKB on what? And Yamate in the middle of the entire fight being focused down, but not enough damage. Now the Orchid onto Bakra. He'll try to keep himself alive with the Yule Scepter. Death Wards to go, and they get up the call. It's on 2. Heavy damage. Cloud. Well, the dunk not going to miss. That one rims out, but we'll see if it even matters. 3 down.
FC.
3 down.
That's,
and more. FCFC.
That's a
He
we
tries
lost
for
Blink
the
Echo.
Echo. No good. GG. Team Yamate, the stack, off to a strong start here as 1-2-3 slapped down the Malaysian brothers to open up the series.
It took them a while, but there was never really any doubts, and I'm sure for the 1-2-3 fans that they're like, okay, we're in cruise control, just objective to objective. It was kind of slow and took a while just because of the nature of their draft, but they were so good at just controlling the map. Their ward placing was absolutely on point, and there was never any room for more than one hero to maybe get farmed for Undermine. In this case, it was mostly the Shadow Fiend, but one hero couldn't do it all.
Well, GoDz, that does wrap up game 1 here. Do you feel like the teams are matched up pretty evenly in skill? Do you pin this on draft, or are you a little nervous if you're an Underminer fan and just feeling like they're totally outgunned in terms of individual ability?
I think draft-wise, it actually wasn't that one-sided. As much as I didn't like the last pick for Underminer, I feel like going for this no physical damage, really bad at pushing draft was also a bit shaky for 1-2-3 because it takes you get an advantage and you can't end the game. So you give your opponent so many rooms to make plays or for your own team to make a screw up that it's really hard to win a game where you're playing for 40 minutes and one mistake can suddenly see a comeback. So I think this game, the drafts at least were somewhat comparable, but outplays for sure. You've got Yamate at mid lane solo killing the enemy mid when there's an Earthshaker there.
There were 3 there. The Phoenix was also coming.
Yeah, so to me, absolutely, I think 1-2-3 is the stronger team here. So it should be a 2-0, but Underminer could surprise.
All right, well, Undertaker Yamate is coming for Underminer. Let's see if they can bounce back, folks. It is a best-of-3 elimination match here in the BTS series. SEA Cup #1. There'll be 5 more of them over the next year if all goes well. So thanks for tuning in, folks. We'll be back momentarily with game number 2. All right, folks, here we go. Game number 2 coming right up.
You've seen your last sunrise.
Sideline of ball. Late winners doing it. They're gonna take. He's gonna bring down Burning. A fourth with a double kill. Dropping fast. Final points there. He's still alive. Wait, Osaka's slide. He's got one side. He's got a second. He's taking it. They're overtime. On three. They're all dead.
Welcome back. It's time for game number 2 as Malaysian showdown continues here. Team Underminer taking on Team Satuduatiga gods.
Team 1, 2, 3.
Team 1, 2, 3. And apparently that is the Malay way of saying 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Not
Yeah.
as easy as ABC.
According to Twitch chat, and I'm sure they would never lie to us, so I trust them.
My boys in Twitch chat got SLD.
Your boys. So, game 1, the Yamate stack, as I've taken to calling them here and
Yeah.
there, they looked pretty dominant.
It wasn't just Yamate. I mean, Yamate crushed mid lane, but Ben played amazing. The offlane dual lane worked. Like, it was a full team package, it felt like. So
They are leading 1-0 now. So
Yep.
game 2 has begun. Let's go ahead, hop into the draft while we continue discussing what you're expecting here. And pretty standard stuff overall. It seems that the Lina getting some priority here. First pick last game for 1, 2, 3. This time around banned, so will not be given away to Underminer, who instead will grab the gyrocopter.
interesting. If you leave Lena in the pool, it would kind of guarantee you get one of either that or the gyrocopter, but I guess they just kind of really don't want to have to deal with Lena, so
Well, we see the Tusk. Is there a Techies?
that'd be the dream. This duo is...
Or the Nightmare. I don't know, depending on which team you're on.
Tusk Dazzle is brutal though. Like the snowball in with the Shadow Wave bomb, it's a really good combo to have together. And Dazzle, you've got minus armor already coming into play and physical damage from the Walrus Punch. I like this opening from Team 1, 2, 3. So 3, 4, 3 in the drafting captain seat is done pretty well, I'd say. The game 1 draft, I think you saw there was definitely some holes when it couldn't really push around the game that quickly, even though it never looked like they were going to lose. It's something where if that game's closer, their lack of ability to take high ground could have caused them problems if Storm and Shadow Fiend were actually a bit more farm. But
They just didn't have the farm.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
just every lane struggled a bit. The Phoenix had a hard time in the off lane. They never really punished the Axe Witch Doctor dual lane, even when they had 3 heroes there. They at one point had 3 heroes mid, and still Yamate got the solo kill. It just didn't feel like any of the lanes really went their way.
I feel like you can't ever draft something where your offlane is going to be level 1 at 3 to 4 minutes in the game anymore. Phoenix at 4 minutes in was getting the top rune and was still level 1. So that to me reflects very much on the draft and the overall strategy, where you need to have a way for your off. The whole idea, the whole concept of the offlane is you get experience, but you don't get farm. That's the kind of heroes you want to put there. And if you're not getting experience, something went wrong with the draft, and that's kind of what happened, I feel like, last game with the Phoenix pick. Earthshaker you could have run the offlane Phoenix and just had a fissure block at the very start. You fissure once, and then Earthshaker rotates to the safe lane, to the mid lane. So they could have made it work, but
They could have done more to help the Phoenix.
yeah,
is what
so
you're saying.
maybe it wasn't just the draft, because with an Earthshaker there, Phoenix can get experience. So it's more about the strategy, I guess, where there always has to be a plan in mind to guarantee that the offlaner gets experience, be it by the hero you choose him or some strategy like your support Earthshaker, fissure blocking, a Tusk using ice shards, whatever little trick you've got. Offlaners need to get experience, otherwise you can't afford to lose the lane based on the early game based on just one hero being level 1 still.
All right, well, with that insight into the last game out of the way, let's see what we've got cooking here as the draft continues. Underminer are going to play it safe, guys. They will ban the techies.
Oh, man.
Sadly, no explosions for us here, but it does leave the gyrocopters the very pyrotechnically oriented hero in the game. Windrunner. Windranger going to come out for SDT.
That's a Yamate special.
Pickup. We've seen more of the Windranger. We saw it from Sumela TI. I've seen it a lot, just from a lot of the pro players streaming lately. This hero, once it gets like that blink Aghanims and start working your first damage item, can be deceptively scary late game.
Oh, yeah. And great against just BKB carries in general when you get that blink shackle on them and you just bring them down before they can use a spell, before they can pop their BKB to react to your shackle. So really, really powerful hero to have in the right hands. And
any particular reason why you pick it here? Is it just a hero that they're confident in? Is there something about it that will throw Underminer off strategically?
I don't think there's any really bad matchups the hero will have in the mid lane necessarily. Leshrac and Lina are probably two of the bigger problem heroes that Windranger has at mid, so those have already been banned out. And I think they want to save their carry pick. The carry pick's normally something that happens in the 4th or 5th slot, so unless you're getting the Gyrocopter, like one of the big flavor heroes like Gyro or PL, you'd rather kind of hold on to that last pick as a pseudo counter pick. And I don't think Windranger really reveals too much about your overall strategy. It's just an all-around solid mid hero to have.
Underminer will go into a Disruptor. And they do it pretty early here. We have seen this trio quite a bit. The Darkseer Disruptor Gyro. Saw it quite a few times at TI. Can be very scary. The vacuum into call down into static field. But Disruptor on his own here, guys. What does he counter here? What's the reasoning, do you think, behind this pick?
I don't think he counters much. There's not any really powerful use for Glimpse.
Anti-mage.
And
I guess he can glimpse anti-mage, but can he kill him is the question.
Damage, yeah, the physical damage is not great. Gyrocopter's much more of that fighting carry and relies on the Rocket Barrage cooldown in the early to mid game, and late game he may get some physical damage, but by then anti-mage is such a beast that he doesn't really care about getting glimpse, so Underminer pick up Viper, so they're going to send the Viper probably mid against Windranger, pretty kind of just passive farming lane for both of the two players. We'll have to see. Rune Control probably goes the way of Team 1-2-3 with Windranger actually a hero who will opt for a bottle unlike a Viper, and Tusk just so good at fighting around the runes as well. So I feel like the Disruptor was maybe just like they felt like there wasn't really any great range zoning supports. Dazzle was taken. Witch Doctor was still there though, who I feel like offers a little bit more, but maybe just a personal preference for them.
Undying now will get banned out. Underminer maybe worried about that C-Dex special, the Tusk Undying duo. Very strong lanes if they get that.
I like the Brood ban. They don't have a great hero at dealing with it. The fifth pick Broods against like heroes like Anti-Mage who can't deal with it is a huge problem. And Brood would have been a great 4th pick, I think, for Undermine if they'd slowed things down and thought about it, because they could have picked Brood, then maybe banned out a hero that counters it. I guess Team 1-2-3, they're kind of guaranteed they can either get Axe or Legion Commanders, so they could at least get a counter pick if they knew the Brood was there. And the last pick Brood is even worse, so... But
last pick now. What do SDT want? They've got all 3 of their cores, it looks like. Generally, the Tusk is the offlaner.
Hard to say for sure with Tusk, but yeah, probably offlane. And may even see more dual lanes come out, which means Tusk +1. The Tusk Undying would have been awful. The Spirit Breaker is another kind of Undying substitute, but Rubik. So I think it'll be maybe Tusk Dazzle dual lane and then Rubik AM, but... Rubik not great at zoning. It'll depend on Underminer's last pick. If they get a really strong, annoying offlaner like Spirit Breaker, you can't do Rubik Anti-Mage. Spirit Breaker will crush those 2 heroes in lane. So, depending on what Underminer pick here, I think will.
I mean, we have seen the offlane Earthshaker. Do they want to stay away from that here, or do you think there's a chance they go for it?
I think it just gives Anti-Mage complete utter free farm, and you're not getting enough in return from a Gyrocopter free farm. Basically what will happen there is your Earthshaker gets level so that by the time your Gyro is level 6, level 7, you can have a really strong 5-man where Earthshaker has like 4 points in Fissure, has Tranquil Soaring, so he's a lot more fight ready compared to the support Earthshaker, which is a decent way to play, but I feel like Gyrocopter TP, like playing that C-Deck style Gyrocopter where you rotate a bunch, Windranger is a really good hero against that because you've got great mobility, great wave push, and you stay well away from the Gyrocopter Rocket Barrage cooldown. Hitting those spells on a Windranger not easy, so... I feel like this may not be a good game for the Earthshaker offlane.
And it doesn't seem like Underminer has a lot of control for this AM right now. Maybe the Blink Echo and the Enchant Totem Fissure. It's nice, but Disruptor, only until the BKB comes out from AM can he look to control him.
Spirit Breaker seems really solid here. And Clockwork, another possibility for the Clockwork Gyrocopter is just a great
10
duo with the
seconds
hookshot
remaining.
cogs, and then you follow it up with a cooldown and can do a lot of damage. You can dodge it with the snowball. That's where Tusk is a great hero to have, but they go for the combo you talked about with the Disruptor. This makes the Disruptor gets a lot more useful here when you've got the Darkseer on your side.
Yeah, it's a hero that Rubik AM don't have that much lockdown for. Might be able to get his early levels here, GoDz.
Unfortunately, like this is the one thing where the Darkseer didn't really consider much because he matches up poorly against Anti-Mage though. We saw it yesterday with Black playing the Anti-Mage, and you just crush Darkseers with Anti-Mage. You get the Poor Man's Shield. You can get the Ring of Health and the Ring of Regen because you're going to get a Vlad's anyway, so you can just tank the Iron Shell damage. Once you have 1 point in Spell Shield, it's a really straightforward matchup for Anti-Mage. So I feel like Darkseer doesn't actually pressure an Anti-Mage that much, and you don't need that strong support for the Anti-Mage for this matchup.
All right, let's see if they can really control this one. Should be Ben most likely handling the AM once again.
10
Yamate
seconds
onto the mid-Wind
remaining.
Ranger. As we finish up the draft here, the teams are going to get ready, GoDz. So
5
I like
seconds
this Team
remaining.
1-2-3 draft. I think it's much more well-rounded than last game. I think they've got all their bases covered, and Team Underminer are going to have maybe a early to mid-game timing where they get Gyrocopter involved, fight with the Viper. The Viper mech is basically what they're waiting for. Like Viper mech, Gyro drums, and then...
that just 5-man?
Yeah, I think 5-man, take towers, control it. Basically do what Team 1-2-3 did last game. So they need to make sure the lanes don't get stomped. Otherwise, you never get a chance to really 5-man. Pressure the bottom lane, take over the Radiant jungle, take that tier 1 bottom tower once you get these items, and then go from there. Because taking the Radiant jungle really hurts the Anti-Mage if you can do that around maybe 12 minutes in before he has Battle Fury. So, and even once he gets the Battle Fury, if he doesn't have his own jungle, he's forced to the off lane, maybe to the Dire jungle. It's just not quite the same efficient farming patterns that you find there.
Well, of course, it's that time when we don't have much going on. We look at effigies, and we've got
Any good ones?
put tank in a mall from Bakrian. I'm not really sure what that is supposed to mean.
Some of these don't translate, I guess.
This is something in Chinese, I think.
Is that a reference to something? I'm so confused. I'm Googling put tank in a mall.
I feel like it's
It's a meme, apparently.
it's a dank meme, huh?
The first result is a YouTube video with a thumbnail which says 100% Pinoy.
You gotta watch that. I
know.
feel like we.
Well, I don't get sound over here,
Oh,
unfortunately.
okay.
Bobo, Tang Inamo. This is well. This is apparently some Southeast Asian meme that I'm unaware of. Put tank in a mall.
You're
Here we
not
go.
dank enough, GoDz.
Urban Dictionary. Oh, there's nothing for Urban Dictionary.
You're not
Damn.
dank enough, GoDz. Something we need to work on. You know, moving forward, we're gonna have weekly classes about dank memes.
To be a
Well-
Dota caster, I feel like you've got to be on point with your dank memes. So
You know, we'll go back to the origins of the
We're-
memes. You know, all your base are belong to us, and then we'll
Yep.
we'll slowly move forward in our curriculum towards the present.
no, I
day.
thought I was on top of it. I had all my memes covered as far as the Western scene goes, but I did not know my Southeast
your
Asian memes.
Pinoy memes.
I probably don't know my Chinese memes either.
Your
so-
lack of knowledge disturbs me.
Yeah.
Here we get underway. 1, 2, 3. Immediately going to scout out Underminer, who do get aggressive with 4 heroes off the bat, headed towards the Radiant jungle. A couple of tangos were hidden by Ben. Ben is 10 tangos right now. He's plopping them down on the ground.
He might be
Looks
solo.
like he's just going to be left alone, GoDz.
Yeah, this is like a you're
30
gonna solo
seconds
kind of
to
build
battle.
here. I'm not sure if you need that many. You really want the Poor Man's Shield as early as possible because you're going to be tanking creeps under your tower because of the Iron Shell. But either way, it's going to work out pretty well having extra regen as well. Just kind of a personal decision. Darkseer though isn't even going bottom, so we don't even, enough about the Darkseer versus Anti-Mage matchup. It's not going to happen. Underminer, I think, recognizing that it's an unfavorable matchup for Darkseer, are going to do an aggro trial lane of their
Battle
own.
begins.
Anti-Mage
How do
will-
you see this aggro tri-lane working out? Both teams, it looks like ultimately they dodge the matchup. Do you see the AM having any success here? Does
Oh.
1, 2, 3 need to rotate?
Ben's TPing top as soon as he sees this. As
Okay.
soon as he sees these heroes, he is TPing top, and then
He does have the ward down. I think he saw at least 1 or 2.
yeah, he sees the heroes come into the jungle, but he probably just expects them to be blocking the pull camp and then going back to their normal lanes. But he was not expecting what's coming his way right now, and yeah, he'll probably go straight to the side shot, pick up a TP, head top. At least that I feel like that's the best play to make because AM with 0 farm is just not worth it.
It looks like they want that first blood on Jenny first. They begin with the shards. They lift as well, dropping him back down while the shards were already trapping him. Not really the best chain stun, but don't know if it would have mattered. Jenny able to salve up, does have the 6 base armor. Very tanky, that cone-headed man early on.
Yeah, so Ben scattered out his pull camp. I think his initial response was like, okay, there's 3 heroes here, let's go for a pull. But then he's like, okay, pull camp's blocked, what do I do now? Hasn't gone for any rotations just yet.
Yamate, he's already used the wind run. Might be punished here. Bakri needs one more auto attack. Tangoing through the trees. He gets juked. Yamate, is he going to turn this?
He can right click. He can go. Okay, he's not going to get
tanking the tower. Bakri, uh-oh. Getting aggressive now. The wind run coming out. As Yamate engages, he's baited Bakri in a little bit. The power shot is available. Airball. Misses it. He might have one more chance here, though. No, there's the south. Bakri will survive to fight another day, but Yamate... He's used up, chewed through almost all his mana here, GoDz.
I think if he went for just like the half-channel power shot, he could have maybe got the kill there with enough damage. There was no points in corrosive, so he has no magic resistance. That would have been very close to a kill.
Jenny again caught out there. The shard's not quite perfect, but good enough to slow him down. They continue to pursue with auto attacks. The damage output not there just yet. Are they going to go for a lift? Oh, it would have been close with the heal bomb. But they won't get it in the end. So they do leave Ben alone bottom. Yeah. And Ben, only 1 CS so far, the anti-mage. The magic not ending yet. He is having a tough time here.
A bit surprised by that. He's gone right into Spell Shield, doesn't even get mana break, knows he needs defensive capabilities against this lane, but...
Well, meanwhile, Disruptor, nuking the creeps. Just a little pushing action from your Raptor.
They're really pressuring the Anti-Mage, forcing him to last hit under tower, and then Gyrocopter just tanking tower shots to get a bit of extra harass and denies off underneath the tower, so... I think it's a mistake not to rotate Anti-Mage top, though. I really feel like it's just... Why not get him a decent battle for your timing? You've got no one on the top lane who's going to get a huge amount out of the extra farm. You've got Tusk, who's got basically free farm, but that's not really a hero who cares as much for farm and item timings as an well, obviously not as much as an anti-mage, but it's not like he can get a quick blink dagger and then take control of the game. If you've got someone like an Axe or a Centaur in the offlane getting free farm, you're saying, okay, we'll give this hero like a 9-10 minute blink, and then suddenly anti-mage will have tons of space because he's going to go roaming. For Tusk, it's not really the same. They're actually swinging supports, and it looks like towards the mid and bottom lane now to maybe help AM out.
The dance begins, and that AM just really hiding in the trees now, doing HY proud, but that's all he's doing for now. Meanwhile, Jenny having a much easier time with the supports off the top lane. He's already hit level 3 and actually getting... Well, he's doubled the AM CS, GoDz. He's got a whopping 4. Ben only a measly 2, but I think the bigger concern is he's starting to chew through his regen now. Already eaten 4 tangos to get that 2 CS. He's not even paying for the tangos at this rate.
Yeah, I guess you're paying for the XP, but that's not really worth it.
Do engage though, boys. Taking the heal. Minerva also rotates in. He has the gravy, quickly uses it, but that rocket barrage, heavy damage. Ben will actually 343 will get the first blood. Even the Rubik joining the fight here. Ben forced back though. He went for the level 2 mana break. He starts to mana burn FC. FC won't be able to get off another fissure, which is very fortunate. Both heroes out of mana. He'll blink in. Are they gonna get a second kill? No more mana to burn. FC will retreat. Ends up being a 1-for-1. The anti-mage not the one to get the last hit, but finally given a tiny bit of breathing room here.
And they've kind of once Gyro's out of mana, you do get some control over this bottom lane under the condition the supports are here. But now with Rubik bottom and Gyro not having mana for Rocket Barrage, this bottom lane gets a lot more manageable for Ben to start getting some farm at least. So I feel like Underminer really want to bring out a bottle, or they've got a Bastion Clarity here, so they'll probably Clarity up Cloud and then look to keep the pressure on the anti-mage, prevent him from getting any farm.
Ben down to 3 tangos on a salve. He's gone back for the Quelling Blade. You mentioned against the Darks here how nice it is to get that Rain of Health, Rain of Regen. But even though there's no Ion Shell, there's just a lot of harass in this lane, and he is nowhere near sustainable regen items.
Yeah,
they are tri-laning him now, but he's laning against the Gyro. It's a tough matchup. Meanwhile, top. Oh, going in. Kang with the engage. Where's the shards? He is going to trap him in. Perfectly done. Corrals the Dark Seer and then lops his head off. Tusk will find the kill, making it 2-1.
Yeah, Tusk just making... This is where we kind of talked about the end of last game, where it's like, it just feels like 1-2-3 can outplay their opponents in kind of 1v1 scenarios. Not just Yamate, but we got Kang getting a solo kill, and that just gets him level 6 that much faster. He's going to maybe pick up some Arcane Boots or Phase Boots, whatever he wants to go for, and suddenly you've got this Tusk who's level 6 really early on with really strong early game items you can rotate to other lanes.
Yamate, no boots, and being pursued by Bakri. The turn with the Shackle. They force out the TP. He did manage to win run fairly early there. Meanwhile, Kang, top lane, goes in with the Walrus Punch, giving Jenny the pow, but not enough for the kill. Just a harassment Walrus Punch. It's a pretty low mana cost. Only 50.
Yeah, and Tusk is in a really good position now. If he gets the 6-minute rune up top, he may be able to look to make a play somewhere on the map.
Is there any particular hero he should be going after? Or just any kill as good as the next?
And for now, you don't want to just completely vacate the top lane. If someone else can take over it, then it might be worth it. And it looks like they're going to go for a kill at top. Yamate actually TP's top.
Ah, the bottle refill. How cheeky.
This was an unexpected rotation for Jenny.
Suddenly they appear, and Yamate quick to finish him off. Tusk getting the last hit. Yeah, not a hero that's like, oh god, Wind Ranger's gonna gank me, but
Yeah.
it worked out beautifully.
You think Wind Ranger? Okay, yeah. Team maybe reported Wind Ranger just went back to base to heal, but the expectation is very much like, oh, you'll just come back mid and then keep on farming. But smart movement from Yamate.
Cloud is staying aggressive, but now Ben CS. Oh well, he's got 9. He's still not farming well, so that's the good news for Underminer. You mentioned the AM farm should be more of a priority, but they don't seem to have found a way to get him those creeps, and now the engagement may commence as Underminer moves in. Not quite level 6 on the gyro yet. That's a big thing for them to pick up is the call down. So they won't actually engage. We meanwhile also see Ancients being stacked. Good hill ward here for the Dire. They're mostly focusing on this bottom half of the map, it feels like. And in fact, Darkseer just going to go to the woods. He no longer wants to fight against that pesky Tusk.
Oh, Boys is surrounded. He's in trouble.
Well, he got the D ward. 50 gold to his name, but 343 worming his way through the defensive static field will keep him alive.
Yeah, Rubik didn't go for he went for like some right clicks instead of a lift, which was unfortunate.
Didn't get the kill. So he gets the D ward. Both sentries are in the same neighborhood, but it will remove some vision and keep the anti-mage on the back foot. So 1, 2, 3 start moving. Looks like Kani Yamate gods. They're going to be the hammer and anvil for this team. The aggressive heroes that are constantly trying to put pressure on the map.
Viper's going to have a very fast mech, though, and that's a slight problem if they can use this in conjunction with the gyrocopter level 6, level 7, and
they want to go on him. Yamate wind running his way back through the lane. Oh, okay. Just trying to bait Bakri in a bit, perhaps, but Bakri not having any of it. I'll just sit back and, like you said, continue to farm towards a mech. 37 CS. Cloud also farming well. Darkseer farming well. It's a much more even laning start here as we see the net worth, the experience basically neck and neck.
Yeah, and this is where it's kind of even on net worth right now, but for Underminer, the farm is in the right places. The 2 key heroes, Viper and Gyrocopter, who you want to have a really strong mid game with, have the farm they need. For 1, 2, 3, there's no farm going the anti-mage's way, and that to me is just a bit of a concern for them. They can easily make space with the Tusk and Wind Ranger, as we've kind of seen, they go for the Darkseer kill, but if those plays don't work out and the Viper mech kind of prevents that from happening, that's something where Anti-Mage may never find himself getting much space to farm.
He does have Rain of Health gold, but no positioning to get to the shop. He wants to leech as much experience as possible. Ben just hiding in the trees. Maybe had to go AFK and answer the door. Food delivery? Not really sure, but he'll finally emerge and squeak his way back towards the tower.
Yeah.
Aggressive wards are coming out though, gods.
Ooh, Kang smoked up towards bottom.
Snowball coming in onto Cloud off the bat. He doesn't get off the ultimate just yet. Now we'll drop the call down, but power shot pierces his heart, and we'll finish him off. They then lift FCFC, driving him back towards the Tusk. Any more stuns available? Nothing forthcoming, and he will make it out in the end. So only 1 kill, but it is the gyrocopter.
Yeah, that's worth the Tusk and the Wind Ranger rotation. You kill off a high priority target. You give Anti-Mage decent amount of CS just from that 1 kill as well. So he's got food.
Snowball coming in, picks up the Wind Ranger, scoops her forward now. Shards, perfect catch out. Bakri get a mech, and even through the mech, they continue to lay into him. He may get 343. No, just the Viper strike. Actually, no, just an auto attack from the poison attack. Not nearly enough for the kill. Yeah. Mech or no mech, it's just not tanky enough, it seems.
A gyro kill into a Viper kill at this stage of the game is just something that Underminer couldn't afford to really let happen, because suddenly Anti-Mage gets a lot of room bottom lane to start farming up more. He's up to 28 CS, about to hit a bit more in the neutrals. And
okay, maybe, he's on the haste rune. He's going to squirm his way through the trees here. They do have a glimpse available, however. He snowballs up into the high ground. They have vision. Kang with the plays. Just beams himself out. What a sexy move there.
That was nice.
That's painful. They didn't have they actually have an uphill ward, but it's not right up the hill. It's more off into the radiant jungle, so they didn't have the vision for a glimpse. Could have been next level if he snowballs out and then glimpse him right back.
And Cloud's going to be going for the Morbid Mask here, so it's not going to be as kind of teamfight centric from Underminer with the way they itemize, at least. I think they when you have a mid like a Viper, it's not that leaner Storm who can really snowball. It's kind of a slow-paced, passive role where you need to have that late-game carry. And I think they're going to look to stack Ancients and secure at least some late-game sense if they can have it. And you can still have a good mid-game with Gyrocopter even without the drums, the early Magic Wand drums, bring a back full of build that you see a
those
lot of.
shards. Snowball coming. Walrus punch, zap, and... almost done. They didn't get the last auto attack. Rubik barely able to finish him off there. That looked like a great escape for a moment. FCFC trying for the fissure and just not quite enough in the end. So they force the TP. They still position on this top tower, and it looks like they will claim it with Focus Fire pounding into it. Creeps getting pushed back a bit through the shards, and in the end they will get it. But meanwhile, the Dire squad did manage to take the bottom tower, courtesy of the fast Viper mech.
Yeah, and bottom lane has been kind of freed up for Anti-Mage. With all this push on the tier 1 top tower, the kill in the Darkseer near the tier 2, it forces all these rotations where Underminer have to head towards the top of the map, and that gives Anti-Mage so much room bottom lane. Underminer really want to be being aggressive and controlling this Radiant jungle, but they can't do that when they're losing their own towers and losing heroes at the top side of the map.
Net worths just going to peak their way a bit now. Their first major lead of the game, around 1,500 gold, as FCFC runs into the river, and he's met with an angry uppercut from Kang, giving 343 another kill. Arcane Boots already done. Kang closing in on that first item up to 1,500 gold. They'll even deward a flurry of successful events as 1-2-3 find the 2 kills, the one bottom on the Gyro, the one mid on the Viper. They then convert it into a tower. They get a deward, and just a little victories beginning to pile up here, guys.
Yeah, for a long while it was the Tusk who was leading the net worth, and then like the Viper Gyro is number 2 and 3. But now that Yamate's back up there, Anti-Mage is at least kind of in nipping distance with the Viper. This is a much better sign for 1-2-3,
and he's really being left alone. There's nobody here.
This is like the free farm time for the Anti-Mage. This is what he wanted from maybe minute 1 as an Anti-Mage, or you always want obviously free farm from minute 1, but he's at least getting the space now. If he was never given the space, then you lose the game. But 1-2-3 have found a way to control the game using Tusk and Wind Ranger in such a way that Anti-Mage just catches up now, and it won't be that amazing 10 to 11 minute Battle Fury timing, but it'll be a timing that they can work with.
They're really getting pressured now. Yamate using the Focus Fire mid lane, and gets the early point booster, and appears he will be headed into an Ags, already 1,300 gold. And I mean, look at the damage he's done to this tower. He's brought it down almost to half just by himself. Underminer slowly working on the top tower, but this is also while Ben free farms. Doesn't see too many heroes, so he's a bit reluctant to CS, but he's still going to continue pursuit. You did mention, guys, you thought Underminer would go for more of the 5-man. That is what we're seeing, just the Darkseer mid for now. Yeah. But it doesn't appear to be gleaning results as of yet.
Yeah, they've got the crazy team fight, but this is the long-range harass where you can kind of contest and take a team fight just by throwing nukes at the Gyrocopter. If that tower had more HP, they would probably have been able to defend it. Gyro gets down to about 200-300. There's no heals outside of the mech, so you can maybe pop the mech, but then you throw another Ice Shards. Gyro's low again, and all it takes is one snowball in, and Anti-Mage can even TP to fights as well. If he's the 5th person to a fight on the 1-2-3 side, it works well for him. He's got max points in Blink, so he's very mobile. He can at least get 1 kill with a Mana Void, and if that 1 kill's on someone like a Darkseer or a Gyrocopter, it's well worth his time rotating into a team fight.
The smoke is popped, and 1-2-3 head out. They move as a squad, 3 heroes up into the Dire jungle. Cloud.
It's a risky rotation without Wind Ranger, and
she's holding the mid lane for now. Power shot does come through. I think I got eyes there on FCFC. And Cloud, of course, already showing himself in the lane. It's in fact Underminer looking to smoke, and this is right around the time when 1-2-3 look to close in from the backside. They have the Stolen Viper Strike. They snowball forward, and they will immediately try to blow up this Gyrocopter. He gets off the cooldown. Is it going to hit? It only connects on Kang, who's graved and kept alive. Beautiful save there, coming out from Minerva for now. Snowball cooling down, however. Not sure he's going to make a glimpse. Tries to run. Can't make it out. Ends up being a Tusk for a Gyro. The TP out on the high ground. And all the while, Mr. Anti-Mage, gods, he's just doing Anti-Mage things bottom. Hitting creeps. And the Battle Fury timing, this is going to be fast if he's left alone, all things considered.
Yeah.
Sub 20 minutes for sure, and maybe around that 17, 18 minute mark.
That was kind of one of the better fights Underminer have taken, but ultimately for 1-2-3, it's like, well, that wasn't the result we were looking for, and that's one of the worst exchanges we've had, but we still got Anti-Mage farming. So I'd say the net kind of trade there was still favorable for 1-2-3. Even if it was much worse than what they'd previously been seeing, where it's like they get a kill or two and then they get out cleanly. But
they just keep on stealing this Viper Strike. Just an irritating thing
Yeah.
for the Viper. We'll see how... It can be nice versus Gyrocopter, though, I feel. Even, and he's not going BKB for now, but even if you get it, pretty easy to kite him at that point. Cheeky. They move off towards the Ancients. Cloud, with the Dominator, has been doing a bit of stacking. We saw the Disruptor doing it earlier for him in the laning stage. And it seems they do want to play that economy game, Gods, at least a bit. They're really not forcing anything. So they give more time here for Yamate towards the Ags, to the Anti-Mage, Ben towards the Battle Fury. They are going to be pushing this more into the mid-game, it seems.
And as far as dealing with an Anti-Mage this game, it's not the best draft. Like, they've got Lockdown from an Earthshaker, they've got Disruptor as well at some stage, but... And even Wall of Replica Illusions are pretty nice with an Anti-Mage because you get his mana break, but... They haven't got a great counter to actually be able to kill him off, even while he's locked down by the Earthshaker. So this is...
There's no Lina here. There's no Axe type hero.
Yeah. I feel like a solo split pushing Anti-Mage once he gets Battle Fury is really hard to kill or punish. It'll take 3 to 4 heroes to actually kill him, and at that point it becomes obvious. When you've got 1 to 2, like maybe a 2-hero combo that can kill an Anti-Mage, you're in a really good position because it's a lot riskier for Anti-Mage to kind of solo split push lanes. But that kind of duo doesn't really exist on the Underminer side.
We'll see if they have any control from later. And I guess just to add on that, even the Gyro, who's their big physical damage, he's more of a spread damage carry.
Yeah.
It's where you kind of like to have something like a Wind Ranger of your own if you really want to deal with the AM later on. But for now, Underminer are going to finish off the Ancients, so Cloud will close in on what looks to be a Sanj, maybe just a straight S&Y rush for him. Not bothering for the BKB. That's not yet.
He just farms his Ancient stack, and even with that, Anti-Mage is pretty much on par with
90
Gyrocopter.
CS, and he's got the Battle Fury, and he's got his own Ancient stack.
After this, I think they're pretty much going to be even, which is after he got destroyed in the laning stage. So that's impressive.
And he is taking a lot of damage. Minerva will heal him. Just barely able to finish these off, and with that, at least 2 of the components on the way towards the Vlads. Yamate, maybe Spidey sense is tingling here, just dodging away from what was a smoke gank. Cloud, however, has been scouted out, and he was not smoked, or if he was, it broke. FCFZ also visible.
That pesky Dazzle took 2 of the big dragons. Not on purpose, but that was about 380 gold that Dazzle took from Anti-Mage at the
Ben's
Ancients.
just like, that's my Bassi to go with my completed
Or
Ring of
his
Radiance.
treads. He hasn't even got treads.
Yeah, that's true.
I was watching, I was like, Anti-Mage didn't get much farm for that. And there were just these like teal pop-ups with like plus 170 gold, and I'm like, there we go.
This
Minerva.
is where you start all chatting about your teammate.
I mean, AM was struggling to kill him by himself. It was like the first one was with a Shadow Wave, and the second one was with a right click.
What's my teal doing, guys? He's actually so stupid.
Yeah. I'm AFK fountain and
Static
mid.
Storm's there. They might actually be able to kill the AM. A big catch from Underminer if they can finish him off. He tries for the TP out. Not gonna make it. Minerva almost there to save him with the grave. Ends up falling as well. A huge snag. Only in the back end of this one, guys. They're also in position to push the tower, but all the while, 1, 2, 3, remaining poised with the rest of the squad. They will try to take the tower here as well. They get off the lift. They didn't finish the tower. The creeps will do the work for them. 3-4-3 with the stolen surge, trying to get into TP range. Behind the trees he goes. They get vision for the glimpse. The range creep. Secret MVP here. 3-4-3 will end up going down. And Yamate all the while in pursuit. Hunting for Cloud. He's got phase boots. He's got his eggs complete. And Cloud, oh, danger. Danger, danger, Will Robinson. He won't go in.
Yamate's in a really scary spot. So even, like, Anti-Mage dying there, that's a bit of a setback for 1, 2, 3, but I think overall their draft is in a pretty good place as far as getting to a late game scenario where Ben can be a pretty big menace. He needs a bit more in the way of items and levels, needs the Manta style still completed. And
so you still like them from like a strategic point of view?
Yeah, I feel like Underminer, they're going to have maybe about 10 minutes, I feel like, to get a really big advantage out of, well, right now it's going to be Ro16, so have an Aegis, take all the outer towers, really either 5-man or try and find pickoffs on the Anti-Mage / Wind Ranger. Those are the 2 big heroes to kill. And if they're not finding that, I think they're slightly falling behind. They're going to continue to stack Ancients using the Helm of the Dominator, which is nice, so Gyro can... It works really nice for Gyro because he can 5-man with his team and not have to worry too much about getting out farmed by the Anti-Mage because he always has that to fall back on every 3 or 4 minutes.
Look at this, gods. They've got 3 Sentry Wards, all of them missing the Observer. They just smoked under it. Actually, a 4th somewhat in the neighborhood. The quadruple Sentry Whiff.
That's such a common ward
into a
spot, too.
smoke.
That's become a common
They're going
ward spot.
anyway. Cloud may get caught by this regardless. In fact, the blink forward, he does have the Aegis Walrus Punch to start. They shackle him as well. They'll have a focus for round 2 if they care to engage. Static Storm Kinetic Field, very nicely placed, catching out 2. Minerva back in. Now raining down the pain. Cloud with the takedown. 3 have fallen. They pay the piper for that Aegis. And they don't get the Aegis, or the Ro16 Ancient Stacks. Jesus. They don't get the Ancient Stacks anyway. Those will still go the way of Underminer.
That's a huge win. That's where the Aegis
Look at
really
the graph.
pays off. Yeah, that to me goes against the plan for 1, 2, 3, where your opponents just took an Aegis and a Roshan. They're the ones kind of in control at that point. That's where you play very defensive, cautious Dota. You wait till they show on the map, and then you go split push a different lane with Anti-Mage, split push a different lane with Wind Ranger. If they push mid, you push top and bottom. If they push a side lane, you push wherever they go as 5. You push the other 2 lanes always. And as soon as one or two of those 5 aren't showing on the map, you fall back because you're worried about the glimpse back from a disruptor and someone getting picked off. But going for a big 4-man smoke play when they just picked up Aegis seems very reckless, and that just wasn't the time to do it.
It's funny too because, well, 2 things. First of all, they thought they must have thought that there was no ward because they dropped so many sentries. They were scouted. Then Underminer still wasn't in position anyway, and they could have just backed after getting that Aegis, but they stuck around.
Top lane, Earthshaker. There's the pickoff.
343 has a fast break.
was-
He had this, I think, like 2 minutes ago, but Ben glimpsed back in. Really
that
getting
is-
punished by the disruptor pick. That's 3 times in a row now. The AM caught bottom, caught over towards the pit and forced back, and now actually picked off top. 2 deaths at the hands of the Raptor.
It's one of those things where I wouldn't really consider Disruptor a huge counter to Anti-Mage, except when an Anti-Mage is playing from behind, because I feel like most of the time Anti-Mage item-wise is at least tanky enough to be okay. If he gets glimpsed back, he can just pop his mantle or whatever it may be. So, but because he's so far behind, the Disruptor is actually functioning as a pretty good counter to him, and that's the second time in a row we've seen that kill in the AM as a result.
Yeah, maybe it's where the bottom lane did really hurt him a bit. I felt like he recovered well, but
Yeah,
now he's getting caught out quite a few times.
It was still decent Battle Fury timing. Got it 17 minutes in. Didn't have the treads or anything, so it wasn't until what, maybe 19, 20 minutes where he had treads.
Yeah, it was pretty slow. It goes, maybe this is where you just start flaming your Dazzle.
Yeah,
If you're Ben, like, dude, I would have had my treads. I probably would have lived
money.
once. You put me on tilt. I'm missing CS now. It's really all your fault. The support's life. It's tough.
Yeah, something put tank in them all, LB. I think that's the flame you'd give him.
Apparently, that's a rather inappropriate turn of phrase. It's kind of a anglicized version of a Tagalog insult. is what someone in chat was saying.
I see now.
You know the
I see
you know
now.
the insult in question.
Yeah.
We will speak no more of it unless the sensitive ears of our viewers be offended.
For 1, 2, 3, they just need to slow things down. I think they've maybe got a bit overconfident. They were ahead in kills, but they weren't that far ahead in farm. They didn't have the composition to be taking fights. They've got this support duo who's fairly squishy, although Rubik's actually ridiculously farmed, all things considered. I just suddenly clicked him. I'm like,
He's stolen Fissure. He's got an Ogre Club. This guy's getting beefy.
yeah, I was about to start talking about the supports and how they don't match up well at this stage of the game because they're squishy. And then I click Rubik. I'm just like, what? What's going on here?
His net worth is closer to the Darkseers than it is to the Earthshakers,
Yeah.
I think, at this point.
Dazzle
Roughly equidistant, which is where he wants to be.
Despite stealing those ancient birds, Dazzle is dirt poor. That was like half
those
his
are
net
like
worth.
half his net worth, yeah.
That was 400 gold.
It was for the cause. He bought some wards. He needed to burn some more sentries,
Well, exactly. It immediately went away from his net worth.
Immediate went to waste.
The sentries that didn't deward. So, unfortunately, not going to work too much in the favor. Ben now working on the match style is going to skip the Vlads, which I definitely agree with at this stage. It's just all the items are just coming up a bit slow, which is where you definitely want to skip Vlads and get Manta up as soon as possible.
It is still going to leave that window open for glimpses to potentially do him in.
Yeah.
Until he gets the BKB. Never fully safe here, Ben.
He's going to hide.
Smoking now, though.
There's a lot of heroes missing on the map. I think this is a pretty...
They're closing in, gods. If he blinks out to
could
farm
pop
this
it.
wave, this could really cause Ben smoke.
Oh,
they
no.
see him. Ben Ben, danger. Glib, Static Storm, it's off the mark this time around, though. He's able to just scurry away. They get off the cooldown as well. The Monovoid, not the best. Kang Brave kept alive. Cloud will go down the Walrus Punch, and Boys is trapped on the wrong side of the shards and the fissure as 343 rushes in. He has stolen Kinetic Field. He blinks forward, FCFC, blinking away. A much faster blink timing for him. Meanwhile, the Tusk did end up going down there to the Disruptor. Just barely a 2-for-1, but they don't get the prized AM, and now Ben, he may even get a tower. He may finally start to accelerate this gold.
I really like that play from 123. Ben was hiding. I think he had a pretty good idea that there's a good chance the 4 heroes who are missing on the map were coming his way, and as soon as he basically, his entire team were rotating towards bottom, and as soon as they were in position to initiate, he showed himself, and right as he did, the smoke gang popped on him, but it didn't matter because he had all this backup coming from his entire team, and 123 knew Viper was top. Viper was defending, visible at the top lane, had no way of getting into the fight. So it was just a really smart decision from 123 to capitalize.
They glimpse him, but this time no Static Storm. And in fact, well, actually Kinetic Field getting stolen there. Wanted the glimpse, I believe. Ben will tank the Urn. The Static Field a bit off the mark, and he will, or Kinetic Field rather, and he will blink away. Bakri now hunting. 343 is the blink, and he'll just retreat out in the end. So a bit of space being created while Yamate rummages through the dire jungle. They did not steal the Ancients. Good news for Cloud. He'll clean these up.
Yeah, so Cloud's still doing pretty well on farm. He's behind the Anti-Mage, but right, basically equal with the Anti-Mage, which is what you'd kind of expect when he's got the Ancient stats.
Runs right by Jenny, but no, just head the other way.
What's Yamate going for? He's going for
What
defensive.
do you make of the BKB here? I think most Wind Rangers we've seen get the blink next after the end.
Right. I think he really just wants to be able to team fight because the combo from Underminer just forces BKBs. It's really a matter of when you get the BKB, and I think he's like, well, if they're coming to us, if they're going to look to threaten high ground with a Roshan Aegis, then I need this BKB. So you can always go back for the blink later. It's never like an item which you have to get like right away. Like an Anti-Mage, if you don't get Vlad's after your battle through, you're not going to get as a 3rd or 4th item. Blink you can always get later on, so
I love all the farming here from 343. Nice stone flat cannon. Normally not the spell you want on Rubik, but every ability he's gotten has just accelerated his CS progression here as he's at 52 GoDz. He's got as much as all the other supports combined practically. They will vacuum Yamate back towards a glimpse where the Static Storm is waiting for him, and now Cloud engages Yamate down. These glimpses keeping Underminer in the game. It feels like without Boys, they just wouldn't have much. Finds another kill.
it's been really nice. And 123, it's like they've got the right idea and approach where they need to be split pushing, but there's just always been an answer with the Disruptor, which has been the key pick for them. So it's still like somewhere on the map, someone will be getting farmed. There, it's the Wind Ranger split pushing top, and he gets caught out, but it means Ben gets farm and gets the pressure at the bottom lane. So
see Ben, they've got a Blink Echo at the ready. FCFC looking for the backstep. Dazzle's in position though to mess this up. Oh, a whiff, a whiff, a whiff. Right as he goes in, the AM backs out.
This has not been FZ's series, unfortunately, on the Shaker.
One or two nice fissures early in the previous game, but not the explosive Shaker play you're hoping for.
Ben's going to run right into this smoke gank, which
I don't think he saw them.
kind of works in his favor. They didn't see him, so we'll
bring around the Rosie. He does have the Manta style available. He blinks out. They can glimpse him back. Static Storm. Nope, he's caught. The wall's waiting, and Ben will get back. Grave blinks out. TP. Will he make it? FCFC with the stun. Gonna prevent the escape. Boys will fall as Kang rushes in. Will find the kill. Snowballing. Where's the backup? Yamate yet to really find his way into these fights. He'll snowball back to the creep wave. Kang making yet another excellent escape. Retreats his way out. But they lose the AM again, and Underminer continue to just punish him. It felt like a good anti-mage game draft-wise, GoDz, but he's got 3 deaths. He's playing relatively scared, and he's only 40 CS up on the Gyrocopter and only 50 on the Viper.
It really does feel like it's a good anti-mage game. Just the Disruptor really has like the way of punishing him. Earthshaker, once he gets a blink, has that initiation, but one of the things is he can't catch up by getting kills. In some games where if you have a bad size anti-mage, you can come to a fight and use Mana Void on high mana targets like Leshrac and Storm, Lena's, all these popular picks where it's like, okay, here's the fight where I can get a high value kill. That doesn't exist here. None of these, outside of maybe the Darkseer, are Mana Void targets, and Darkseer isn't like the big carry on the Underminer side, so less comeback potential this game for an anti-mage, and that's where I feel it's still a big mistake that they did send him to that
the long snowball. He's going deep, Kang, but that doesn't
fast fingers on the blink.
Yamate also hunting. Has been very quiet on this Wind Ranger. I don't think we've seen a single solo kill as of yet. Jenny gonna come in, doesn't connect on the shackle, focus fire. Good damage there. You can see if he gets the shackle, should be enough for a kill. Just not really able to secure any for his team.
And Jenny with the Midas is level 16, approaching a Scythe of Vice, and that is a key item for Underminer to have in this game, I feel
There's
like.
your focus fire again, but BKB from Yamate will prevent the fissure. He can walk right out of the kinetic field. Scurry back. He's maybe looking for another shackle shot here. He drives in with the... Oh, they got the shards on Bakri. Not a full trap, though. This is space. This is space for Ben. And he will make full use of it.
That's just good BKB uses from Yamate. Even though it's just a support for your 10-second BKB, it takes Disruptor out, so Anti-Mage can pretty much safely push the bottom lane. The only way he dies is if there's a Blink, Echo, Chain Stun, and damage on top of it coming out of, I'd say, the Viper. And this is just heroes who are kind of kept track of. So Anti-Mage gets a lot of room to farm. You get a kill, you force Underminer to rotate into their own jungle, play defensively. So that was a really nice sequence of events for 1, 2, 3 to just give them a bit more room and space to farm.
He finally gets the tower. Man, it's been a slow game for the Anti-Mage in terms of the map pressure, but he is still farming. End of the day, he's even with the gyro. And he does look to catch up. They'll commit everything on an illusion here. Underminer. Oh no.
I feel like late
That
game...
was not the target.
Late game, it's a very 1, 2, 3 favored game in a lot of ways. Wind Ranger are pretty beastly in the late game as far as damage output-wise. Anti-Mage and Wind Ranger do a lot more than heroes like Viper. And Gyrocopter is good, as you kind of mentioned, a lot of spread damage. Is starting to build at least some good, strong single-target right-click in the MKB, but... once Anti-Mage, he's going to maybe need the he's going BKB first, but if you get that Abyssal, you can just blink Abyssal Gyro, you can bring him down so quickly as an Anti-Mage.
And if he gets the BKB, what counter do they really have for it? There's not a whole lot here on Underminer.
Yeah.
No Wyvern Curse, no Axe Call, no instant disables from a Hex. They got the Shake.
Have to
It's really
kite around it, and not... They can't fight during the Wind Ranger BKB, during the AM BKB. They may look to fight... Yeah, they're going to look to farm with the Disruptor Ag Scepter, so try and get that off. And the Hex as well. If you can get an initiation with a Hex on Anti-Mage, you can potentially bring him down, but...
They actually, I said no Hex, but I stand corrected. He's got the Hex. Picks up the Void Stone. That Midas is paying off in more ways than one. Not just in terms of his levels, as you pointed out, GoDz, but also
Gyro's...
a lot of farm.
Darks is tied with the highest hero levels of the game, which is really impressive. Not something you'd expect from an offlaner.
Darks here, level 17 at 33 minutes. There'll be a smoke here from Underminer. They are out of them for 3.5 minutes with this one getting popped, but they're going to use it for a big objective. They rotate into the Roche pit. No response from 1, 2, 3. No vision. No idea what's going on. Just a little split push from the Rubik.
The fact they smoke in there does suggest they are worried about the contests because they don't feel like they're in a strong enough position where they can just walk in, use their map control and the strength of their draft to take it.
I do want to point out, GoDz, this could be a fun item. You mentioned Disruptor Ags 343. He's one step ahead of him. Already has it. 34-minute Ags Blink Arcane Boots. This is a 5-2-1 Rubik with almost 100 CS, 88 at 33 minutes.
Every ulti on the dire side is pretty fun to steal as well.
Oh, yeah.
Spells like Fissure is good. Vacuum is fantastic as well, so there's a lot of nice spells out there.
Yeah, Echo Slam. But, yeah, there's some big ultimates. There's always the great, just regular abilities to steal. And the best thing's got to be the cooldown. 2 seconds. And he's got the mana pool to support this. Underminer need to be careful. They're going to back off, though. They did secure the Aegis. MKB now up on Cloud. And they'll settle down into a slower pace, at least for the moment. Just clearing out the lanes. But this does buy time. Your Anti-Mage, Ben, able to complete a BKB. Let's see what his next destination is.
So the BKBs, they may have considered going for a bit of a fight, but with Aegis on their dire side, I think after what happened last time when Aegis was in play, they'll just split the map and avoid taking any big head-on engagement. I think for 1, 2, 3, it's just... If they want to go for a high ground push, they haven't even pushed a single tier 2 tower right now. Underminer at no point of this game have really had great map control. They've warded fairly defensively because they're trying to use their wards to find pickoffs in their own jungle. They get another defensive ward down up top. FC just plants a ward designated to catch out Wind Ranger and Anti-Mage who are constantly split pushing, so their wards are very much to deal with the split push rather than to ward aggressively to go for a high ground push, which means I don't feel like during this Aegis they're going to get any opportunity to go for a high ground siege.
Maybe you're trying to jinx poor Ben here. I feel like it wouldn't... If the caster's curse strikes and he gets caught, it would not surprise me.
He's been spotted here, but...
Oh,
He's going to immediately get out.
He's got the BKB now is the thing, so you can always dodge the glimpse.
Yeah.
Even if the static storm is upgraded. And meanwhile, Tusk. Hey, we haven't talked about his item progression, but Kang, it's a wild Desolator will appear.
Yep. Decent farm coming from him. Just an item designated to help bring down Gyro a bit quicker, and if you can kill him off nice and fast, it's going to always go. Like anyone you initiate on. Tusk is kind of the main initiator with that Blink Walrus Punch. So
there was a Shackle top lane, and Yamate finds the easy solo kill courtesy of his freshly purchased Shadow Blade. Now looking for Cloud. Ben, oh no, he'll just blink back and farm the wave. I'll take a bit of auto attack damage here. So Yamate, he is starting to get a little more active now, gods. The threat of the solo kill will mount.
Yeah, and the Shadow Blade over the Blink, just different style of item, but something where Underminer are going to be forced into buying a gem probably now. You can't. The big problem with the Shadow Blade is you can't just rely on Dust because it's not about escaping. It's the initiation for pickoffs that's going to cause all kinds of problems in this dire jungle.
Is pushing out the lane here. In the meanwhile, 3-4-3.
He just like walks up into the enemy jungle by himself with no
this guy.
vision.
He's got some cojones, man.
Yeah.
He's not afraid.
That's really confident, Mitch. Right now he hasn't been spotted, so it's working out fantastic.
Yeah, that's where you want Minerva carrying the gem, not 3-4-3 if he's going to be playing like that.
Yeah.
Right
now the gem on the Darkseer, so not a bad option. But
teams with a bit of vision here can help versus the Shadow Blade on Yamate.
Disruptor's at mid lane and needs to be a bit careful. With 2 heroes mid, I don't think Underminer are going to go for a big push on bottom. If anything, they're going to look to take a team fight at mid to defend this tier 2.
Ben is continuing to apply pressure. Already the bottom tower down, though. And Ben, with the BKB, not so worried about a glimpse, but maybe forced into using his 10-second charge defensively here. They throw out an initial nuke. Now continue to lay into him with the Viper. Glimpse back. Nope. Lost the vision, it looks like, and just a bit out of range.
I feel like they need to lead with a Hex from Darkseer. This is where Jenny really maybe wants to go back for a Blink Dagger at this stage, just to have that Blink Hex capabilities. But
yeah, you got your Force Staff Surge into a Hex, so there's some gap closing potential here. Yeah. Slow and steady, though, gods. They take the tower. They nearly lose mid. Just kind of a back and forth exchange here. 1, 2, 3. They finally clawed up back on top. You see the graph now. Gold, 2,000 the lead, 6,000 experience. So it appears in purely numerical terms, the split push is paying off. Slowly but surely, they are regaining an advantage, even with the Aegis.
And that age is going to expire soon, so they can be even more. They're being as aggressive as you can be. I mean, just sitting right now on the tier 2 tower mid in the enemy jungle, they are not scared at all. And
it just feels like they have full confidence in the Rat now, with 4 heroes there, as you mentioned, taking down the mid tower.
I think just fully knowing that with BKBs, it's really hard for anyone to go down. They've got the Grave as well, so even if someone gets Blink Hexed or caught out by a Blink Echo Slam and Chain Stun, you can just have the Dazzle sitting behind them ready with a Grave, and then they'll get the Blink off afterwards, or they'll get their BKB and be able to escape. So they've got so many options to keep people alive this game, which is really going to work in their favor on the 1, 2, 3 side.
Well, you see the goal now with that ward that as you pointed out, was they definitely want to shut this down, but that ward has not actually prevented any of it. They continue to split push. They continue to have reign over the Dire Woods, and it seems the Aegis is gone now. So the opportunity to push with that and take a lane of Rax not there. What's the plan for Underminer with the Hex? You know, they haven't been able to shut down the split push. They did take a tower, but it cost them mid. What's going to shake this up?
The Disruptor Ags is a big shake-up item, I feel, and also Darkseer Blink. Just they haven't got the great initiation to get kills to start a fight off. Regardless, you've got to worry about a Grave. And speaking of Grave, that Darkseer.
Oh, Minerva. That's the gem down, it looks like. Okay. Back into the Gyrocopter, and FCFC will... No, won't take it. Cloud will. Only man with an item slot. Meanwhile, top, Kang going for the TP. Doesn't make it. Didn't see how that started, but I saw how it ended with a lot of damage. As Yamate will engage. He's holding a Shackle Shot. He wants to go for the twofer here, it seems. BKB. No, he's just going to TP out. Thought he might try for an additional kill, but plays it safe.
At least forces the BKB with the Halberd, but Yamate had an answer to everything. And
Ben is looking to go in here. Blinks back.
Yeah, and he has gone for the Basher, so he's gonna commit towards the Abyssal route. And I think it's really you go for something like a Heart, you're playing not to lose rather than playing to win. And I think you could go for the Heart and probably you're still in a great position because it doesn't really feel like 1, 2, 3 have a way to lose this game very easily. They can easily defend high ground. They've got complete map control. They're the ones controlling this game mostly, but the Abyssal is the item which is going to give Ben playmaking capabilities. He can solo kill. He can go into a team fight and take out almost any hero he wants. Blink Abyssal on anyone is just a death. With BKB, there's no counter.
And if it's the
to
Dark
that.
Seer and someone runs next to him, it's probably two deaths with the
yeah.
Mana Void. At this point, he is a ticking time bomb. 1900 mana.
Yeah.
Almost as bad as a Storm. Cloud. Scouted out here by Invis 343. No more gem on the gyro, or he maybe could have punished that.
Darkseer nearby with a gem, though, and
Gotta be careful.
Yep.
But even if he dies here, gods, it does feel like still that this is still room for the overall game. Ben now just pounding into the bottom tower, and this time it should go down. No deny, boys.
Ben's
A
like
lot of the eggs.
Ben's
Not sure
probably
what the
thinking about
plan is.
blinking in, like
Yeah, and I think boys is maybe not hoping that he actually goes.
yeah, that was a solo disruptor. So
Well, also eyes on Yamate here as he hunts.
Gyro showing top, so that should be a bit of a sign that Gyro is kind of acting as bait.
I love this Rubik. He's so aggressive, and he's gonna
found
blink in.
him.
He'll find Jenny. As FCFZ TP's out, they leave him for the Wolves, and the Wolf has red hair today. Yamate will take him down with ease.
Yeah, they get a gem back too, which is handy.
And they end a dominating streak. There's a Void Stone. Well, what's next on your list for 343? It's all luxury at this point.
Yeah,
What do you want here if you're a
potentially a
Rubik?
Lotus Orb. Lotus Orb is good at countering hexes.
Meanwhile, Ben going for the solo kill. Mana Void's there onto Cloud. He starts attacking illusions. He did not Satanic Lifesteal off the hero, and solo killed with all that farm. It just doesn't matter.
That's the Abyssal. That's this anti-mage with. I feel like Abyssal is just the core item on it. So a lot of anti-mages go for like Heart Butterfly after the Manta style, and you're missing out on so much playmaking kill potential with the Abyssal.
It definitely seems like players have started to realize that it's less common now to get that hard. Though you're right.
Ben
it definitely
BKBs
happens.
for this. He really has it out for the disruptor.
Well, suck on that, boys. I got my revenge. And Ben looks for more. Now he blinks forward again. Bakri getting pummeled here by the magic-ending monster known as Ben. And despite the rough beginnings this AM had, he's in full control now, gods. They'll find the kill bottom. Killing spree ended. And look for more. They'll take out the mid tower, potentially the bottom one as well. This could just be the
boy.
game right here.
Yeah.
There's no buybacks on Underminer. Totally caught off guard. This is an unexpected turn of events, and now they just start collecting additional kills. A quick jump in. Jenny down, and FCFC maybe next. Comes the gyro, and just as quickly out he goes. Back to the well. Dead for 80 with no buyback. This is it. 1, 2, 3 will move on, and Underminer will be knocked out of the first ever BTS SEA job.
Yeah, decent showing, but 1, 2, 3 coming in as kind of one of the top seeds, I'd say, and they've done pretty well. And I'd say their showing here was good. They kind of lacked kind of some like decisive decision making when it mattered. I'd say like making that roll, that lane swap at level 1. I feel like could have helped out a lot. Anti-Mage took a long time to come online, and I think this game was this game especially was very winnable for Underminer, but just didn't really have that. Didn't really have the ways to kind of deal with the split push. I feel like just the Disruptor alone there was too much weight on that one hero's shoulders. When you've got a Viper there who doesn't have any pick-off potential, the Darkseer was very farm-centric but didn't really get anything done when he finished off the Scythe of Ice.
And with that, folks, that will wrap up our first series of the day. We'll take a quick look at the bracket here just so you can see where things stand. As we have not updated it to show Underminer getting knocked out, but SDT will end up moving along. So they'll be playing the winner of MVP Hot 6 versus Space Creators. The new MVP roster, guys. This is not the all-star, I guess, MVP roster. The MVP Phoenix, now it's QO and MP on the same team.
Yeah.
So it should be exciting to see how they look. But Hot 6 is kind of what's left.
Reason's come back, which is exciting. I think to me he was one of the most skilled players on the initial MVP
His
Phoenix.
Sandcane was big back in the day.
Yeah, but I think he had to leave the team for some personal reasons. But the fact he's back playing, I think he's going to be kind of the key player. And Forev as well. He was the heart and soul, the captain for the Hot 6 squad. So they've got some new players. They brought in an unknown player in Doctor. Sagun used to play for FXO. He wasn't really that well known or that accomplished. But with the veterans, I think this team could be really solid.
You know, knowing MVP, Hot 6 will end up just beating Phoenix. Because it feels like whichever MVP is currently favored ends up not doing as well. So.
It's one of those things where Phoenix is normally the better team who does better at these international lands, but they can't beat their brother team.
Hot 6 has the inside scoop on them. But all right, guys, that wraps it up for our first game. The next series, I think not scheduled to start for a bit here. We'll update you with the exact time in a moment, but We'll have a break. There might be some other Dota on if you want to check it out on Twitch. Otherwise, stay tuned, guys. Of course, he's GoDz. You can follow him at BTS GoDz on Twitter. Myself as well, if you'd like, at LD Dota. I think Winter's going to be stepping on to join me for the next game. So you'll get some rest, get some sleep, maybe go to bed at a relatively normal hour here. I will be burning the midnight oil.
4:30 in the morning. I guess for BTS, that's normal.
It's almost 4:20. It would have been so dank. But not quite. The memes, God.
Yeah.
The memes. All right. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll be back for our next series a bit later.
You've seen your last sunrise.
All right, guys, so welcome back. As some of you might have noticed, Vulcan is indeed supporting the BTS series. So we're going to talk a little bit just about the whole fantasy. I wanted to say baseball because I'm used to it. The whole fantasy Dota thing. We're going to run through a mock draft here, and you guys can pitch in with your ideas. There's 2-minute delay, so not really ideal. But, oh gods, here we go. So they have these games every day, of course. So for today, we already, obviously, now that the match is over, you can't really take any of the players that you might have considered. But Ideal and Execration, the two teams that still have yet to play.
Yep.
So generally in the Fantasy League, it's better if you think it's going to go 3 games, it's better to take players on those teams since they get an extra game to score points. Who stands out to you if you look at some of the players here on Ideal and Execration?
For I think Ideal, it's very much about Toy. He's the kind of mid flashy player. He's going to be the one, I would say, getting most of the points, assuming he has a good game. Although Execration, that's like, to me, the one play you shut down. So it's like, it's kind of hit or miss. To me, it's like if Ideal are doing well, winning games, protecting him, he's going to do the best. And even if they're getting punished, they're going to give most of the farm to him. So I think Toy is probably the one big player I'd feel like you need to secure.
Is he shot caller worthy?
I would put my shot call on Execration. To me, Execration are the favorites coming in. But
all right, so just Toy for now. Let's see who we got here on Execration. We got the homie Chemo. One of my favorite players.
I would pick him just for the novelty factor. I think
he's cheap.
He's cheap. He plays support. He kind of feeds, so he might not actually do too well. But
I want him the shot caller, get double points. I like Chemo.
Look, let's make Nando our shot caller.
Okay, so we'll take Nando here as well.
Nando's the big playmaker. He's gonna rack up the points.
Yeah, I guess if we had been able to take anyone from the other teams,
let's assume we would have. Who would?
I think Yamate would not have been.
Dude, Yamate's not even that expensive, too.
Yeah. The thing is, like with all the new rosters, they adjust the points more as they get more data. But
yeah.
Knowing these teams, they're going to change their rosters.
3-4-3 man. See how much farm he had on Rubik? We want him.
Okay, so we would have gotten a lot of points.
Yeah.
If we were brilliant enough to pick him up. Who else? Fox also plays support for the team, right?
Yeah. So he's a bit shaky. Uwe does pretty well for points.
Uwe was playing support for a long time.
He plays support as well. Yeah, played support for a long time. Was kind of known for his Earthshaker. He might be on offlane now, but
I guess since Earthshaker is such a good offlaner, it's like okay, Uwe, now you're an offlaner, but only until Shaker gets nerfed.
Yeah, I wonder if he's kind of.
I don't know if he's really the value pick here. If he's playing those more like utility offlaners. Let's see. What are some?
Looking at his season points average, it's pretty good right now. So Execration been doing really results wise, they've been doing really well. Iwe's actually been playing carries, so he's played Viper, Queen of Pain, Gyro lately.
Oh, all right, I'm sold.
He's been on the carry role, and Nando's been their mid. So Primo in the off lane.
Okay, I feel like we only have one ideal player. It feels kind of rude.
Okay,
I'll
we can
take
get
one more. Who's your guy?
Let's go with KYT. I think.
KYT.
Do we have the budget? Yeah, we got the budget. Everyone's pretty cheap, so we got money left to spare.
Yeah, we can't quite afford TNT.
We can get one more Execration player maybe because I think
Just stack the
this is the
roster.
series that's going to go. If this is the series that goes 3 games, you want more players from it. So
Yeah. Okay. So
I think Primo.
Primo.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not allowed to.
Oh, we already have 3. Oh, okay.
We're banned.
Well, there's info. So
So.
you guys out there.
All right. Well, I would not take Ben in a rough game, even though they won.
Yeah, game 1 was pretty good on Quap.
FCFC.
No,
Jeez.
that was a rough.
Yeah,
it's
that
hard
was-
to play Earthshaker. Like you don't get good stats as Earthshaker.
No.
I would say Kang. Kang did so well in both games as well. His axe was, he kind of controlled the game, but the second game, Kang was the one who kept him in the game. So to me, that's the team.
All right. So Larry's legends are now complete. We have to pick a shot caller, of course.
I think we go
Who's
with
it gonna
I want to go with
be?
Nando
Nando.
'cause I believe in the P noise.
All right. So, of course, we can't actually join
Okay.
yet because it started.
Yeah, but there's contests going all week. So all throughout the BTS series, SEA, other regions will have contests going, and you guys can sign up on Vulcan. So
you too can be a legend. But, yeah, guys, thanks for watching. Of course, we have a break here. I think it's 40 minutes or so. And then I'll be back with Winter, bringing you Execration versus Ideal. This is, of course, the BTS series. We'll be back. Thanks for watching. right, folks, as you can hear, we got a ball game on our hands.
You've seen your last sunrise.
Sideline of goal. Late winners doing it. They're gonna take. He's gonna bring down Bernie. Alone with a double kill. Dropping fast. Final points there. He's still alive. Wait, Osaka's late. He's got one sub. He's got a second. He's taking it. Oh my God. On three. They're all dead.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live here and getting ready to cast the BTS SCA Cup #1. We'll be doing 6 of them over the next year or so. So lots more Dota come your way. I'm LD. GoDz has gone to bed. He's a bum. But I am joined here by Winter, my brother from another mother, hailing from Malaysia. Winter, you with me?
Our friend is not at bed. He's playing a pub.
Yeah, hey, you know, he's got to get his MMR up, man. He was at 6K, he got a little lazy. He's plummeted, but he's slowly climbing back. So,
No, you're the lazy one. You're not getting your 6K.
yeah, I'm not supposed to, man. I'm the play-by-play guy. I don't want to step on your toes as the analyst.
Kappa.
All right. Well, no, I am overdue to start grinding my own MMR. You are right, Winter. When you come here, you will train me
Soon.
soon. Okay.
You better keep your promise because I remember the last time when I came, you were like, nah, I'm gonna watch some soap opera. Nah, I'm gonna play Mafia. Nah, I got something else to do. So,
Okay, that was during DAC though. DAC was long days, to be fair.
okay. I accept that reason.
You accept this excuse. All right. I'm glad I found one that works on you. So, draft's underway now. It's Ideal versus Execration, and which I have to say, coming into this match, that Execration are on a really big tear. I know GoDz said that he feels that Execration are favored in the matchup.
I didn't get to see them play much, but I know they won a LAN recently in Philippines. But that was with their old roster. Their new roster is like with Airway again, if you remember him from the old, like last year, I guess, or earlier in the year. But he left the team, and he's rejoined the team now.
Yeah, a bit of a shuffle, Rooney. It seems to be just the way things go nowadays in the world of Dota 2. So, okay,
He's one of the most solid offlaners in the land of the Pinoys.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with you there. So, draft looking pretty standard here. I guess worth mentioning the Earthshaker getting banned first phase. That's a bit unusual. This is, of course, a classic hero for Iwi. Used to be really well known for it. Is he Bird in this game? I'm not sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
the second one is him. Burden.
Okay. Stop changing your names, guys. You're killing me. But, of course, with the Iwi Shaker ban, they'll go for something else. So they get the Spirit Breaker. They already have a Gyrocopter. And into that Gyro, Ideal will pick a Wyvern. So now we get into the second stage, Winter. What are your thoughts on the draft so far?
Very unconventional. It's not something we are used to see, but every game is different. Every team prioritizes different stuff. So it's sort of like every game has their own meta. I definitely like the Bounty Hunter more. I think Bounty
It's
Hunter
hard
is very
not to
strong.
like him. He just does
very
everything.
strong. He's very strong in the current meta, and even though there's Gyrocopter, but I think the Southeast Asian teams, they don't really utilize Gyro as well as maybe the Chinese teams or the Western teams, and they are very prone to making mistakes, so it's always good to have bounty on your side when that happens.
Yeah, the Spirit Breaker to me is interesting. I remember at TI that EG ran this. The Spirit Breaker tree
Against bounty.
was their like bounty counter. Do you feel that it's really a counter to the bounty hunter, or do you,
Yeah.
So,
I think
so
it's
you
really
like
good.
that then? You like that pick?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they had the Enchantress off lane even against the bounty hunter with the Trian
5
living armor.
seconds
So basically,
remaining.
they built a lineup which cannot be killed. And we mentioned about when bounty hunter
Reserve
doesn't get
time.
kills, he's like not very useful in the game. And what Execration have right now is very similar to what C-Deck would draft. Spirit Breaker Undying off lane, Gyrocopter +1 support, and typical middle lane hero with like Queen of Pain or Leshok, but they're all banned. But there's still TA, which they like to pick a lot with their current lineup. So it's very similar to what C-Deck runs in general.
Storm Spirit.
Storm
Radiant
Spirit now
team
for ideal. Not a whole lot of lockdown. Just the cow for now, Winter, to try and keep him in
17%
place.
of the time you can count on him, but
Dire
apparently
team
not.
pick.
It's more like 71% of the time you can count on him.
Yeah, it's just one of those heroes, man. You do not want to play against him. That's
You're
for
like,
sure.
okay, they have only the cow to stun me, but then when it happens, you're like, okay, that just happened.
Yeah, still though, that's it. All it is Spirit Breaker. Undying gives you no control. But they are kind of this run at you lineup, it feels like, where they really want
Yeah.
to be diving a lot early.
I like the response
10 seconds
going for
remaining.
against what Ideal have. Ideal have Bounty Storm, they are very good pick off, and
5
Wyvern to actually
seconds
stall things with the Splinter Blast. And Execration have chosen to go for a 5-man lineup
Reserve
with the
time.
Tombstone plus a Mech Carrier, Shadowfiend. So they are they want to avoid getting picked off by the Storm and the Track. So I like the idea they are going for here against the Bounty.
By the way, Winter, I don't know if you already did, but I'm just going to remind you in case. Make sure you turn on your microphone for the lovely viewers in Dota TV.
No, I didn't.
Radiant
Okay.
team
I
And
did.
for those
Just
who are
kidding,
wondering,
I did.
oh, you did. All right, good job, buddy. For those who are wondering, I know we've had some questions. Is there a ticket? How can I watch the event in Dota TV? Right now, there's not a ticket, guys, but we're
Radiant
planning on having
team
one
pick.
ticket for all the cups. So for the whole BTS series, it'll probably we're hoping it will be a cheap one. Ultimately, Valve decides, but we'd like to do like one ticket for like $2 to $3, and you get all 18 cups. So everybody can enjoy in Dota TV. For now, there's not one. I'm not sure if it's on another ticket. I'm not actually the one hosting the games, but there will be for future cups. Is the short answer. So anyway, Clockwork comes out now, and Ideal
10
pretty
seconds
gank heavy.
remaining.
Winter. They don't really have much in the way of like a team fight here or
5
any sort of
Don't really-
AoE
remaining.
control.
I don't really like the Clockwork that much because he doesn't really help them. I mean,
Reserve
it kind of
time.
synergizes well with them wanting to split push and catch someone alone, so you can actually catch with hookshot. But I feel like it doesn't provide so much in D push. They need more D push right now. When the 5-man comes, you want spells that can actually take out the creep wave.
Pick.
Ah, the rat. They go
I'm worried
PL.
for them though. I'm worried for them though. They don't really feel like they have enough tools to actually rat it out.
This feels kind of greedy, doesn't it? Like Bounty
it's
Hunter,
very
Storm, and PL all on one team.
Wait, who's the? Okay, wait, never mind. I was thinking about how are they gonna run their lane. So it's just gonna be the typical bounty clock lane. Maybe bounty is like freestyle. He's gonna be everywhere, and Phantom Lancer, Wyvern. It's going. I think Phantom Lancer plus Wyvern is gonna have a lot of trouble with Undying and Spirit Breaker.
Is there anything that they could do with the lanes to kind of avoid that problem, or do you feel like no matter how they lane it, they're just gonna have issues?
Yesterday we saw a team. Who was the team that did? It was the Pinoy team. Wait, what was their name? TNC. They did PL solo mid to avoid a tough lane. But this game I'm not sure though, because if you put PL solo mid, Storm would be there to suffer the wrath of the Undying and Spirit Breaker.
All right. Well, let's see what the lanes are. For now, it does look like the Storm likely headed to the mid lane here. Gets the early null tally, the branches, and your PL with the Rain of Protection. Seems he will be headed to the side lane. We get underway. It's a best-of-3 elimination match here, folks, in the Summit 3. Of course, I'm LD. He's Winter. We'll be bringing you this next series. And already, Ideal. They're quick to get out of the gates. Execration. They were a bit asleep at the wheel, only now leaving their base and heading out into the woods. So already the ward dropped down. Did TP for this early, Winter. So KYT should have a lot of vision and a good start here in the off lane.
They have the numbers here, and the ward spotted out exactly how many heroes are there.
So they know. Noki moving in deep. It seems he may want to ward up the Shadow Fiend's jungle, block some of these camps. Potentially. Could be a very powerful way to slow down his economy early on.
I actually don't really like blocking right now. I actually prefer not to block it and just have vision so you can come and kill him and potentially steal it. I think that's like a much bigger advantage compared to just alone blocking it.
So you prefer like a ward that gives you vision but doesn't actually block the
Yeah,
camp,
because
then?
if you block it, they know it and they just devour it. So
Toy
Yeah.
is taking some harass here. They're charging him. Fox is going to go in with the concussive shot. This could be the first blood already. Ideal. A lot of trouble here for Toy. Not a whole lot of help for him. And Toy off to a rough start as the Storm Spirit will end up going down in the end. First blood to your Shadow Fiend Nando already. That's his bottle off the bat.
yeah, at least he didn't get the first blood with the Necromastery. Otherwise,
Yeah. I guess that's pretty unlikely because generally if you're going to get the first blood, you get the raises right away. But it could only get worse. Like you're saying, there's always a silver lining here, but it's not much of one for Ideal.
yeah, and the bounty is doing the right thing because he knows the Shadow Fiend got a lot of gold, and okay, he's probably gonna get it. He needs to use his second Shadow Wall.
Oh, this
They
is
saw
where
it. They
this is
saw
where
it.
the support normally goes to get it though. Normally they ferry it, but
They
it
saw
doesn't.
it. I saw the purple guy pink. He
Oh,
pinged
that
it.
should not happen. Just a freebie here.
He was pinging the bounty hunter's position, and it still happened. No.
And they even had the support there. And normally that's where Fox would just walk back
Yeah.
to ferry the bottle.
It's just like even though it's uncertainty that the bounty is there, you should always like play safe all the time. The support doesn't. You don't have the nuke, the arcane bolt at level 1 since you had to take the slow to get the first blood. So it's better off him just going over there to make sure that the bottle gets to the Shadow Fiend.
For now, Primo in the dual lane offlane, the Spirit Breaker Undying.
This
Talk
is
to me a
tough.
bit about this lane, Winter. Do you think Ideal can handle the Bruisers, or are they just going to have to play very defensively?
This lane is very rough for the PL. They need the bounty hunter to come and at least tip the balance of the lane. I think once they hit level 2 on the Undying and the Spirit Breaker, they can just kill the Wyvern. The Undying is going to be level 2 very soon.
Yeah, the Tombstone about to come out now. The lane is pushing a bit, though. They're going to try to take advantage of this. They know Chemo doesn't actually have the Tombstone yet. They've seen the decays being used. They will harass him back a bit. Holding the Lance, though, on TNT. Not enough damage.
Everyone's starting to do this model, getting Pull Manchu on Spirit Breaker. It's very, very effective on the hero.
He's so tanky already. This makes him just unkillable. He's going into TNT with like 8 creeps here, 3 range creeps, and he's barely even taking damage.
Man,
Oh,
he just got
Spirit
3
Breaker.
bash procs. He bashed like 2 creeps to get last hits and he bashed the hero.
Well, looking at bottom lane. Mr. Iwi, or Burden as he's now calling himself.
He's not playing
Pinged
off
out by
lane,
Noki.
right?
Tough kill, though.
He's actually playing the carry on the team. Huh.
Yeah, it's he's played it the last few games. It seems it's just a new way they want to arrange their heroes. As Burden getting dived a bit, but I don't know if this is the dive you want. He's going to turn with the Rocket Barrage, backing off at exactly the right moment. KYT will play it safe, and Noki ends up unsuccessful on that first move.
The bounty is just being very pesky right now. The Skyroth is just trying to make sure that he's following the bounty, but Skyroth is like not one of the better supports to deal with bounty. You don't have armor, so you can't really trade blows against the bounty if he finds you. But they're gonna maybe get a kill on the gyro here.
Looks like they also want to make a go on top, perhaps. Primo walking in with Chemo. The bros here, top lane. No, not ready just yet. Are they trying for this again? You're right, Winter. They are. In they go. They're tanking the Rocket Barrage between both of them, and it's not enough damage. It looks Iwi will be caught out and finished off. One more auto attack secures the kill. Very nice
They can't leave
takedown
him.
there.
They can't leave him alone though. At least they need to give him a sentry for the lane. They can't just leave him like this.
It doesn't even seem like it's really worth it right now. The Shadow Fiend mid still getting out-farmed by Storm despite the dual lane, and
Shadow Fiend he got the first bird at the start, so I don't think he actually needs so much attention from the Skyroth. He can't just ditch the gyro alone now. I think he needs help. They need to at least secure the lane for the gyro. The SF can catch up.
yeah. Oh, while that was looking top, the action comes in mid. They did manage to kill off the Storm, so that makes it worth it. That's another kill. Nando getting the assist there. The last hit going to the Skywrath, and well, I guess that equalizes things a bit, Winter. Overall, though, the farm is currently favoring the Dire as all 3 other heroes 15 CS. And here they go again. Onto the gyro. Same old trick. They go in with the... Oh, not enough damage. KYT's overextended here. He could get punished by a Rocket Barrage, but the Cogs push him back. Noki barely able to get away from the flag cannon in time. And while that's happening, there's also extra top where YO2 is being run down by a horde of zombies. TNT charging into that. Very dangerous, but he will make it out.
And they tried to kill the Spirit Breaker, but he was just way too tanky with the Full Man Shield. That is just really hard to watch. They threw everything at him, but they still couldn't kill him. And the Tombstone and the Undying just...
Oh, this bounty. He's brave, Winter. He's brave. He's walking into a Radiant Sentry. He can turn and raise him. Nando's thinking about it here. Oh, he gets rid of the ward.
He got both the wards.
All right. Well, that was risky, though. That was very risky.
Welcome to Sea Dota, my friend.
Living life on the edge. Oh, back and forth game, Winter, early on. We've got 4 kills. We've got a lot of action and movement around the map. Seems a very slight lead for Execration, but still very close early on.
They have much more of a timing to hit though with the Mac on the Shadow Fiend, and Ideal just wants to play the game very slow. And I think the key thing is to get Bounty to level 6 and get Wyvern his levels as well, because Splinter Blast will be their primary tool in dealing with D-push. Clockwork, he has 2 points in Flare now, so he's going for a mixture of skills.
Oh, they're thinking about the go, but he was ready! Cooldown coming out, Noki's done for. Dead.
That was the sentry I was talking about. They need to give the gyro at least. If they want to leave him alone, they need to put a sentry in his lane.
It does show you how strong the gyro is against this composition early, though. Like if he has a sentry, they cannot go on him, especially not now that he's level 6.
Yeah, he's just very hard to kill if he can see, if he can actually drop his spell first before the bounty hunter does anything. So now the lane is more or less secured for the gyro. He's gonna have his phase boots complete, and top lane, they are pressuring the PL, but he's still getting a lot of CSO. I'm quite surprised he still has 32 CS. 5 more than the gyro.
Yeah, so Shadow Fiend also farming well, as you would expect, and he started to pull ahead of Toy. The kill paid off. They do dive. Tombstone coming out on TNT. Only 1 zombie chasing him. The charge goes the other way. Onto the Wyvern, trying to pull him back into position. They're looking for the bashes back towards the Tombstone, but they're not getting them. Nukes out from Fox. He's still healthy. Hook's there. Holds Fox back. Doesn't actually mono for the Cogs yet. He's already used the stick. He may end up going down. KYT's low. No, it's Chemo who falls first. KYT survives this. The charge through. Hits 2 on the way. Where's the bash? 17%. 17%. He's not getting the bashes. KYT. What a hero. He cleans up all 3, and nobody drops in the end.
And that was so selfless by the Clockwork KYT. He just hook shot it even though he didn't have much HP and mana, and he just tanked for his team, and in the end it worked out for them and he didn't die. And they got the kills. 3 kills. Actually 2 kills, right? Did the Skyrock die?
Yeah, Skyrock died as well.
Oh, 3 kills. Yeah, they got all 3 kills.
They wiped all 3 heroes and they didn't lose a single one. That is a bit of a disaster for Execration, and any lead they had, well, it's gone now. You know, it's interesting because the one hero that we saw a lot at, well, CDAC's probably the perfect example, is the gyro would always rotate early, but we're not really seeing that so much from Iwi. He's just sitting bottom, and they're charging now. So they'll bring heroes onto his lane to find a kill from Primo.
I think it was because he didn't have a very good start, so he was more reluctant to move, and he just wants to stay in the lane. I think if he had a good start, yes, he would actually just get ready to TP in another lanes.
Mando? He wants this. Hookshot off the mark. The Raze is going to connect. And now KYT will trap him. He goes in with the battery assault. There's no Requiem picked up yet. He may end up going down. This is a big death if Nando falls here. After all the farm he's gotten low, and with the Splinter Blast, it's enough to finish him off. Now arriving is Iwi, driving KYT back, goes into the trees, but then no, Jukes, is he gonna make it out of here? The Cogs pushing it back, they end up getting Iwi 1 by 1. The cores of Execration just charged to their demise.
Man, this card looks the MVP for Ideal right now.
These are bad kills to be giving up if you're Execration.
He just bought enough time for his second Power Corps to come off cooldown. That's so good.
And what a bait, Winter, what a bait.
That was a really, it's still a really huge commitment though for the carry to dive so deep. He was so keen in getting that kill.
And now they can start getting aggressive in the jungle if they'd like. Noki almost level 6. He's on the prowl again. Looks like he wants to ward block the camp. He will see the stack if he drops it. Yeah, sentry's there. As the charge goes on to top. Primo on the prowl. Well, let's see if there's a really well-timed doppelganger here to dodge this incoming stun. TNT perfectly played now. The turn with the lance. Don't want to dive into that tombstone, I would think. They're bringing in more reinforcements here. Not going to go just yet. And it was 2 jungle camps, Winter. They continue to either block these or at least get vision on them. So Noki really trying to slow down this economy.
But they didn't manage to steal any though, so SF still got all the farm from the camps. I don't think it's bothering him too much.
Yeah, and they let him stack it again as well before they rewarded, so like he said, doesn't really seem to be amounting to much.
And this PR is just getting, I think he's getting way too much from his lane though. I'm quite surprised he got so much farm. And Nando's gonna get hookshot again.
Found out by KYT in the river. There's no way to really counter these cogs. They don't have the defensive supports here. Undying not in position, and again he's going to go down. This Shadow Fiend now basically neck and neck with the PL, and that's despite getting the jungle stacks, despite the first blood, and despite a 23 last hit advantage. Costly kills.
Yeah, this is really bad. Now the track is going to come online very soon, and if they give away kills, after that, it's going to be even worse. And
Skyrock all in. Easy solo kill onto Fox. So squishy.
Thanks to the ward and double damage on the Storm.
This is where Storm starts to have fun as well.
You say Storm starts to have fun. This is where the a support like Skyrock stops having fun.
Well, I don't play support, Winter, so for me, I'm only thinking about how I would be feeling this game.
So you're a person that don't appreciate your supports. I get it.
No, I appreciate my supports.
I'm not buying
I appreciate them.
I'm not buying smoke. I'm not buying salve for you.
You don't play support anyway. When we
pub, I do.
No, you don't. No, you always play greedy, selfish. Even when you're like a bat rider, you'll farm for yourself all game because you don't trust the team. Like LD Bobo. LD Bobo.
Yeah, you're Bobo.
No, you're Bobo. Alright, they're pushing. They're moving on the tower mid. Execration taking some harass. The Splinter Blast you mentioned, really their main deep push tool. This Chemo gets caught out by, well, Winter's Curse, but is this going to get him in time? The Tombstone was deployed. Calldown coming through, connecting on 2 already. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage, though. They hook in. They're committing to this. They've got the track out on 2 heroes, but no tracked heroes have fallen yet. Then the ball lightning into a Skyrath Mage ultimate, but he's just going to jump himself out of this and easily dealt with. Primo charging, arriving late to the fight. In and out they go, popping the sticks, trying to hang on. Nando with the raises, not enough. He goes down. The Death Requiem isn't going to secure any kills. Now Primo forced back. This Spirit Breaker needs to get the hell out. He charges past 3, but that last Wyvern auto attack is going to do him in. Run, cow. Run, cow. Run, cow. Run. He's dead. No, he lives. He barely survives.
One man shield.
Oh, man. That was pretty funny.
Man,
but still a terrible fight for Execration.
How many heroes would have survived that ordeal? Only Spirit Breaker would have survived that. Man, this hero.
I feel like if that's any other hero, he just dies.
Oh, he died. He died to the rocket. Okay.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he got sniped.
Nice snipe there. Oh, completely airballed that one, my friend. I am new.
I know it's late for you, so you're excused.
No excuses. No excuses. They have a hook shot ready. 1 second. Could they get the Skyrath? KYT searching for it, but he will make it out in the end.
He's going to struggle, the Skyrath this game. Blade Man's going to come up. Everything Ideal have is just very bad against... it's very bad for Skyrath to deal with.
Really feels like Ideal's starting to get control of this game now. They get eyes on Nando top lane. Noki may try to make a go on him. They get the Lance out. Raze comes forth, and he's just going to continue going through this, but they do have the charge to try and counter-initiate Raze. And the Nether Strike flashing TNT back. Where's that 17%? Give this man a bash. Give him a bash.
He
No
didn't
bash.
land the Raze.
No bash. No bash
he
at
missed
all.
the second Raze. That's fine.
He'll be forced back in the end. Instead, charging the other direction. Hunting on to YO2. There's nice Skyrath Mage ultimate. We'll secure the kill. They got off the curse. Then the Tombstone gets dropped. Primo kept alive during this time. And this could be a good call down. Everybody retreating out. TNT barely surviving. Almost dead to that flat cannon auto attack. Raises continue to mount as Nando presses. And very aggressive Shadow Fiend. And he continues to charge forward. Just so tanky, so difficult to deal with. The cogs, not enough. He goes right through them as they appear. They hadn't actually sprung fully into existence yet. He'll get the kill there too. And barely surviving, limping back as TNT. A nice turn of events there for Execration.
I do have to be very careful though, even though they have a slight kill lead, but what XCTN have right now, the lineup they have is very strong at taking team fights. They have to be very careful of taking 5v5 engage.
Oh, Toy trapped
a
out in the
dust.
river. There is dust, but he's not gonna go for it.
Okay, he has soaring off cooldown, so he should have been fine there. I don't think they could have gotten the kill.
Mando does have the completed mech now as well. And, well,
Wow,
that
this
Shuriken,
cow.
maybe it's the real deep push. They charge in pretty deep. Primo baiting out a TP and then getting the hell away. It's basically 8v8 Midwinter. This is, or 4v4 mid, I should say. 8 heroes mid total. It's a very cluttered lane currently.
And looking at the vision, right now Execration have very good vision, so they just need to use this info they're getting from the vision to get a tower. Their lineup should really get some towers. They have the mech on the Shadowfiend and level 4 Tombstone. This is where they are very strong.
To throw a track out here onto Nando. But like you said, he's a tanky one now that the mech's complete. Ideal might slow this game down a little bit. Looks like TNT going to start farming the enemy jungle. He does go for the aggressive build. The drums, Aquila, Tread, is very tanky, combat-oriented. No boots of travel or Yasha pickup here. Seems he wants to fight.
Don't you like fighting?
I'm not complaining, man. 20 kills in 15 minutes. This is good stuff. I miss my SEA Dota.
So the best thing to do is to come to SEA, you know.
Oh, you know, maybe I'll be there soon, Winter. We'll see.
That's what you've been saying for like, okay, I'm not gonna reveal how long
This
you've been
time
saying.
will be different, my friend. This time will be different. I promise. Tower is getting siege mid, though. Shadowfiend going to work there as bottom lane, the charge comes out onto TNT. They're going to clear out these illusions, even using a rocket barrage for it. The charge might be able to secure a kill. Will he dodge it with the doppelganger? Perfectly played once again by TNT. Even with another strike, not sure if they've got the damage. They will commit for this. All the while, there's action breaking on the mid lane. Custom shot, as well as those outs. Even the Mystics, they're committed. They will finally get the kill. And meanwhile, 2v4ing the Shadowfiend. And Undying might be able to turn this completely on its head. Nando with the raise, gets one. He wants a second. Storm trying to run away. Suddenly, Gyrocopter appears mid. Charge onto YO2. Diving for Toy. I think he makes it out of here. The zombies saying no. They're just rushing after him. But the Wyvern will fall, and we'll clean up the zombies. Ends up being a 3-for-1.
Yeah, I told you how strong they are. The two heroes alone. The Shadowfiend plus the Undying.
2v4ing.
They took 2 heroes with them and losing the Undying in it as exchange for that.
It does go to what we talked about a bit. It feels like Ideal just not very strong in the 5v5 clashes.
Yeah, they have to split push and just buy time. That's why I felt like Clockwork is not a hero that can deep push so much. I mean, you can buy time by getting kills, but if the enemy is grouping up, then you lose a lot of effectiveness. But we'll see whether he gets a lot of pickoffs this game. He might still be able to buy a lot of time with if he gets a couple of key kills for his team.
They do have the Phantom Lancer, and he continues to push these lanes out. Storm actually the leader in net worth. Toy going for his Bloodstone. Picked up the point booster, completed Soul Booster on its way. They're still farming these cores, and they do have track gold. Always a concern if you're in Execration shoes here, Winter.
They haven't been getting much of track goals recently. The last few kills, the last few kills all went to Execration, so it's been a while since they got a kill, apart from the middle one. They didn't get too many track kills, I feel.
It's always like dangerous to talk about that though, because I feel like that's where the commentator's curse comes into play. You say that they're gonna win a fight, get 3 track kills, and everyone's got 300.
Yeah, but
gold.
then that's not my fault, right?
Yeah, unless you're trying to jinx them, Winter. You got something against Execration?
No, why would I have something against
I don't
them?
know,
I have
maybe-
something against you because you make empty promises.
Empty pro. Oh, jeez. You're like a nagging wife. You do have a homing missile working
You
its
wish
way
I'm
onto
your
Toy
wife,
here.
you know? Dude.
Brutal, man. No mercy from Winter Sama. Alright, charge. Primo on the way. Who's he going for here? Nobody. He's going to back off in the end. They will converge as 5. Already 2 tracks out.
He really doesn't want to die now. He's very close to his Midas. They take the tower and he'll get his Midas.
Meanwhile, Noki just wants his mech, and he's also close to that. They're going to push
I'm
into
not-
this. Kind of
I'm
dangerous
not sure why
with
the
the
Storm
tracks.
is here. The Storm should be at bottom. PL in middle, 1 lane, Storm 1 lane, and the rest is just doing their thing. I don't think Storm should be here.
Well, Storm is not going to be here for long if Primo keeps on diving. Toy just forced off the tower. They do deploy the tombstone, and meanwhile TNT playing a split push game on the peel, trying to slow this one down a bit. The tracks are still out on 2 heroes. Haven't thrown a 3rd track out onto a new one, but
Really trying to fight LD, and I'm not sure this will work out for them. Even if they are getting all the tracks, they are still fighting up against the Tombstone and Mech.
it is
So
wearing off
Tombstone
soon though. Tombstone about to end. As the Spirit Breaker charges away, 2 heroes TP out. Ideal, don't find the pick.
Yeah,
They also
if
don't
only
get the tower though.
if only the Storm was like pushing bottom, this would be super good for them.
He has been trying to come to fights a bit more, like he said. Boy, now to the top lane he goes. So far, the Spirit Breaker, he had a nice start early, but it feels like he keeps on charging PL, and every time there's just a doppelganger ready to completely counter that.
They need to, like, you know, at the top lane when they're pushing, they need to just dive behind and they get the Wyvern first. They need to charge in. They can't let the Wyvern keep spamming the blast, the Splinter Blast. It slows them down so much.
And once more, the cow chargeth. Aggressive dives again, and this time another cancel. But that's a Storm Bloodstone. 20 minutes. Not too shabby considering how that mid lane began, Winter. And he's there in CS. He's only like 12, 15 down here. A little bit around 15 CS down, and net worth only down 600 gold. He's keeping up.
Yeah, he's definitely keeping up, but he could have been more. I feel he could have been more farm if he focused more on just split pushing instead of trying to come to fights. I don't think it's necessary. They are not like forced into situations where they need the Storm to fight as much, I feel.
Yeah. With the game being relatively slow here, oh, ideal. Maybe looking for Primo. This is normally not the hero you initiate on, but he is kind of asking for it. He's up rather far. Support there, and they are finally going to connect. Primo getting pulled back in. It's a level 3 Vortex. This is enough for the second Remnant to proc. He charges away, but gets held in position by a curse. 3 heroes hitting him. Well placed. Now the hook. Chemo as well. Trapped within. There's the Clockwork just tanking the full Mystic Flare, but he survives. Chemo as well backing his way out of this one. The nuke's not enough. Mech will secure Chemo's survival, and KYT now forced out. Wyvern also going to drop here. It's a 2-for-1. They lose their Storm, and Noki just kind of waiting.
Just look at how difficult it is to fight into that. Even though they get a Spirit Breaker didn't do anything, he just got bursted down from full. But they still won the fight 4v5, and Bounty is gonna get
gets the courier, but giving up a tower and your Storm doesn't feel like it's worth it.
it's a consolation prize, I'd say.
They are farming the PL. That's the good news here for Ideal, is he does take the bottom tower and doesn't get the last hit. TNT not Diffusal Blade complete.
He's getting fun, but I'm not sure why they are trying so hard to fight though. I feel like they feel that they are strong. I actually don't think they're actually that strong at this stage, because they had a very good start. Even though with the lineup they have, having a good start doesn't mean that you are able to take a team fight against what XCT and Execration have right now.
Maybe they get a bit stronger here. Noki grabbing his mech.
They need time.
They need time and track
really
gold.
time.
I feel it's time and track gold. That's the recipe here.
Yeah,
for
but
Ideal.
they are not getting track goals like this. They need to split force Execration to go defend their lanes, and then they get the track kill from there.
This is the time to go on Burden here. He's blown the call down. He's low on mana, and he will end up dropping. Quick pick here for Toy. He gets his Bloodstone charges back up towards 7. Now engaging onto Primo, and since he's already charged in, he doesn't have an escape plan, and in fact, in danger, but now the mech arrives. Hook's there. He won't make it out. Another kill. The Blade Mail from KYT just quickly slaughters the Skywrath Mage. That's a fresh pickup, and
this is much better from them. They need to force Execration to move around before they take a fight. They take a fight when they're not grouped up. If Execration is already ready for the fight, it's very difficult for Ideal to win a fight. This is what they need to do.
that's a 3,000 gold swing, Winter. One fight, and Ideal is leading. They are now winning the game mathematically at any rate. They'll take down an additional tower. TNT almost even now with the enemy Shadow Fiend, and it does feel like Ideal is just starting to find that pick them apart rhythm rather than necessarily forcing these larger 4v5, 3v4 type team fights.
Yeah, it's much better for them though to just make sure that they split them up and get one pick off. Even if they get one pick off at a time, it's just good with the track, as long as they don't lose anyone in return. And
so what's
they're getting good vision out on the map as well. So you were saying?
What do you think the game plan should be for Execration? Like, they have their 2 BKBs. They got the mech on the Shadow Fiend a while ago. Where do they go from here?
I think there's only one plan. They group up and not let Bounty or Clockwork and Storm get any pickoffs, and they just ram down the towers and get objectives like Roshan and whatnot.
Oh, they
This
just
is like, yeah,
they're walking into the pit having been scouted. Now
they have a
scouted
gem.
again.
They have a gem on the Undying, so this is like a really key point for them. Huh.
They're getting
Actually
a little
running.
nervous though, and PL is split pushing. Execration backing way off. Ideal won't engage this.
They don't
do
have
get a tower.
they actually have a medallion, so they have a medallion. It's just that it's very hard to go into the rush pit against Clockwork and Storm right now.
Yeah, and also that split push pressure just deterring them a bit more as well.
I'm not sure though. I think they're strong enough with the BKB. They could have actually forced a fight there with the double. I think they could take the fight if they're 5 heroes. Oh, Gyro might get spotted here. Oh, that was close.
Goes TP out the ball just a few seconds late. Doesn't actually break the smoke, so maybe they can still make something of this. No
Yeah, going
PM.
back to my point, I think they're actually strong enough to take a fight right now with the BKB, regardless of where they take the fight. As long as they take the fight when 5 heroes are ready to fight, instead of 1 guy not there or 2 guys not being ready.
And ideally
They
they
need to
get
be
the
ready.
jump with the Spirit Breaker. Seems like a lot of these fights, Ideal have been the ones getting the initiation off.
Do they have a 4-staff yet? Probably not. Yeah, they don't have a 4-staff against the Clockwork, so that's worrisome.
Yeah, and the Skywrath can no longer just dump his ultimate on top of the cogs, because he just dies to the Blade Mail.
Yeah, it's kind of sad though when Skyrock is in this situation, and this ward is just paying off so heavily. It spots a smoke gank, and Ideal is just gonna position themselves and make sure they don't get caught. Or maybe they're actually gonna smoke into Roche.
Oh, are they going into the pit now? This is so risky from Execration.
Yeah, but I think it's very good for them to force a fight. They have double. You buy BKBs on Gyro and SF, so you want to fight right now. You don't want to be speed pushing.
They're
Getting
scouted. Ideal are going to look to contest the Storm balling down
They have
towards the river.
Tombstone on the high ground. They're very strong here.
All right, well, just waiting to see if they're gonna, they do get it off in the end. Now Toy forced back a bit. They can't really focus this down, and the Roche does begin to drop low. All the while, Undying popping the ultimate now, trying to deter any sort of aggression here, and they're hesitating. Storm wants the ball in. He goes for the Aegis Snatch, doesn't get the timing right. The curse comes out, but Toy's the one who gets silenced. Oh no, barely able to make his way up to the high ground, gets pushed up there, in fact. The call down comes through. KYT wrecked in the pit, and now it's a headlong retreat. YO2 and TNT both backing off. BKB is worn off on the Gyro, and about to on the Shadow Fiend. Yeah, in fact, just expires now, but they charge in. There's no way to cancel this charge. They've already used the curse, and TNT in danger. Glimmered up, backing his way out. He tries to flap himself to freedom with Arctic Burn. In fact, re-engaging onto Primo. They've dove in deep for this one. Perhaps too deep. Oh, they get him with the last curse. Now the ball in from Toy. It's a long chase from Execration, and Toy, while he's silenced, will Yules to remove this one. Noki going for the track gold. He sees a little bit of extra cash in Fox's pockets. Toy backing up the Glimmer Cape, keeping him healthy. Really paying for itself here. Twice now it's saved to core. YO2, where's the raise? No, not enough damage. Nando probably going to lose his Aegis to this one. YO2 survives. They've lost 3 heroes, including the Aegis, so make it 2 actual deaths. TNT now focusing on the Tombstone. Nando may die a second time. This is track gold. This is extremely painful for Execration, and the call down comes through, but with the Blade Mail, it might even get him killed as well on the way out. The Gyrocopter on the run. Nando still retreating. Ball back in. Toy headbutts him and finishes him off. Only 474 for the kill streak, but you gotta figure the track gold is a lot more than that.
This guy has a gem. They want to get this kill.
They might be able to. Getting Doppelganger down to the low ground. They get the hook off. Now a follow plants comes through. The gem as well. Chemo crumbles. The Aegis down. The core is all collapsing. The lone survivor here is really just Iwi on the Gyrocopter, Winter. And suddenly, Phantom Lancer and Storm on top in terms of net worth.
Yeah, I told you they were very strong to take a fight, but it's just they overextended. After the rush fight they took with double BKBs, they won that fight, but they just kept chasing, and Storm respawned because he had Bloodstone, so he respawned actually a lot faster than they expected, and they weren't keeping tabs on that, and he respawned and he just turned the fight around. So that was... They wasted all the advantage they got. It was the right play. I don't think it's a bad play for them. They did the right move to go Roshan and take that fight. It's just they didn't get back. They didn't get out when they need to.
Yeah, hey, it obviously worked. Like you said, they got the Aegis. They got, I think it was 2 kills away.
That was how strong I think they were. They could have just done that remember the first time they went into the Rush Pit and they were hesitating when the tracks and the rockets came out. But I still think they're actually very strong even at that point.
Like you said, just a bit impatient, a bit cocky perhaps, and that's been a hallmark of a lot of the the SEA teams, especially the ones outside Korea, that they
Everyone's
tend to
cocky.
play with balls, but sometimes a little too much aggression.
Yeah, they just need someone to control, like the captain, the team captain. Playing with no fear is obviously a good thing, but you just need to know when you have to stop, you know, instead of just everyone charging in with no end, and no one retreats until you die. I don't know if you heard of this saying before, like in C, we always say that you just go in until you die, you don't get back. When you're playing a pub. The only time you back off is when you're dead.
You might have to question someone's manhood if they back, right? You know, it's...
But obviously that's not a good thing.
Hey, in pubs, I think it's okay. It's good. You have to be over aggressive to learn your limits. Like if you play scared, like you're never gonna know how far you can push
friends, it. You taunt your friends. No, you don't get back off. You don't wuss out. You just go in until you die.
Well, they are now much more defensive in their posture. You can see the Ancients getting warded. Again, trying to just ward block the camps and play the economy game. And Toy now up to 10 Bloodstone charges. He actually got his Bloodstone and immediately died. That was his first time with it, but he's been clawing his way back now. It's like 4 charges in a row. So many deaths.
And I like the use that he picked up as well. I think it's really good in this situation because the only way he dies this game is either by being charged and Nether Strike locked down by Spirit Breaker, or he gets silenced by the Skywrath. So the BKB is not actually that necessary. The use, if used correctly, is enough to save his life most of the time.
Track onto Nando as Execration do farm what remains of their Ancients. And Ideal go back to farming. Clockwork picks up another Chainmail. We'll see. For now, just some plus armor.
Wait.
Maybe you're going to get that Solar Crest eventually here? What do you think? They already have the 1 medallion.
Yeah, they already have a medallion though. That's strange.
Yeah, that is a little weird. Maybe it's an Assault Cuirass rush. Normally, Clockwork doesn't really farm well enough for that.
That's like dreaming big, you know, but I like it.
Double the Blade Mail?
It's good to dream big.
Get a double
I think
Blade Mail?
maybe it's just another medallion though. Sometimes teams that they actually they want to get double medallions. I don't know. It's probably the case.
We'll see. For now, a casual Chainmail. There are some big items coming out as they will complete an Eye of Scadia Shadow Fiend right as this fight breaks out.
They didn't get the track.
No, they do too much damage. It's a first world problem, really. And I'm just looking at the PL illusions. These are starting to become a bigger and bigger issue.
The Gyro's dying to the illusion.
He's out of the fight, and they're going to commit with Toy. Big ball in. Looking to finish him off. No way to keep him alive here aside from the BKB. They get the bash. He may have to Bloodstone deny. Storm will fall in the end. Overextension. This time the other way as Nando Requiem bombs. Forces 4 back. The Tombstone as well, covering the retreat. And it seems in the end that everybody is going to have to back off. Ideal will be denied here, and that's 3 Bloodstone charges down for the Storm.
The dives are real. The Gyro did a very good job there by he didn't activate his BKB right away because he was trying to bait. I think he was trying to bait the Storm to try and kill him. He knew that the Undying and the Undying would be able to give him the necessary HP with the Soul Whip to survive, and he actually did because of that. And they were able to get the kill on the Storm because of that. So it was a really good play from the Gyro. I think he didn't pop his BKB as soon as he was in trouble. He just waited and waited to bait the Storm in.
Noki doing a bit of warding. Looks like he got scouted by the creep wave, so this may be very quickly dewarded though. Did they lose the gem?
Yeah, they lost the gem before that. I don't think they have one now. Yeah, they don't have one.
Yeah, there's one on the Dire Courier, so no gem to deward. No, it's also the Glimmer Cape and the Bounty Hunter. I mean, there's other Invis's abilities here that are very irritating. A bit annoying.
Another hook shot.
They hook in. They're going to commit here on Chemo. He can't really make his way out of this. The Battery Assault going to constantly interrupt any sort of charge attempt, and he will end up falling as the cooldown was used to counter-initiate this, bringing down first the Winter Wyvern, next the Clockwork will fall. A 2 for 1. Does force out a BKB charge at least, but Execration able to turn that one.
Yeah, but Ideal is still farming the PL like a lot, so I don't think they have to be worrying too much when it comes to late game. PL plus Storm is still, I think PL plus Storm is much stronger than, and they're on Dire side, right? So being able to access the Aegis much easier than Execration. Even though Execration has SF and Gyro. SF and Gyro is still very strong, but late game with Ideal being on Dire, having PL and Storm, I think they are slightly stronger than that.
They are certainly getting towards that late game now. Storm Spear picking up an Orchid Toy.
And not to
Pretty
mention,
farmed.
LD, Execration have 2 useless supports in late game, and ideal, all the 5 heroes are actually useful when it comes to late game.
Well, track gold always great. We all know how amazing Wyvern can be with the curse.
Wyvern is like, okay, this hero is like a core sometimes if you cast his ultimate right.
Yeah, and if you imagine it like being used to turn the gyrocopter against this team, that could be extremely devastating. Or the Shadow Fiend, for that matter.
Here we go. They are going to try and get a takeoff. The bounty has finally brought the gem out, so he can actually do some dewarding here. Might find the storm. Might find the Shadow Fiend. Okay, maybe not. They're actually back. He's gonna go. He's just gonna farm the lane and push the lane.
I'm not sure they can really get much done here. It's just a duo.
They're gonna see the SF here with the ward on the jungle, in the jungle.
They are gonna ball in though. Toy with the gigantic leap. And it will be another kill. Has the Yule Scepter waiting and now using it while the Glimmer Cape's active. He balls back a bit further. The mech even keeps him alive. They'll Cog and then hook KYT to get him out of there. Nicely done. Little doink.
Man. That play was so important for them to make sure all his teammates get out safely.
Yeah, this Clockwork has been having a hell of a game so far. KYT really carrying, it feels like.
Sold his chainmail.
Okay, well, now he's a terrible player and we should probably report him.
I think he realized they already have a medallion, then he's like, okay, I don't need to go for a medallion anymore.
Yeah, that's, you know, it happens. You get excited, and it is a pretty cheap, cost-effective item in general.
So right now, the lineup with the PL is sieging, so that's good news for them.
FPL is farming up to 2,600 gold. Looks like he's building towards his Eye of Scotty. He gets charged, and easy doppelganger. Now the turnaround. Primo had the BKB. He uses it, but only just to run away. His first usage of that.
It's very difficult to get the charge on PL though, unless you have a Shadow Blade. Otherwise, it's just... Unless it's on cooldown, the doppelganger. Otherwise, it's... Most of the time you don't get the charge on the PR. It's very difficult.
It does seem like that might be the biggest issue here for...
Yeah, they don't have good lockdown. I think you mentioned this during the draft or earlier, that Execration don't have a very good way of locking down the PR. So the PR is able to do a lot of stuff. Like he can push very deep into the enemy territory as long as he knows his limits with the doppelganger plus the TP scroll. So it's very hard for Execration to deal with the rat here this game, and if Ideal gets this Aegis, they're in cruise control of the game.
They are quickly burning down the Roshan here. No real contest from Execration, and a lot of it goes back to that lost gem Winter. They're playing in the dark, and with the lights out, Ideal should get a free Roshan.
They're gonna give it to the Storm, more or less. Yeah, Storm with the items here. I mean, this Storm is just gonna be so hard to deal with. Right now, Execration can just hope. They need to group together and just push down a lane. If they just keep splitting apart and giving away kills for...
Here comes the clash. Here we go. Noki moving in to start it off. Primo gonna get scouted out. They immediately jump in, pulling him back, and now the contest comes through. Tombstone to point. The cooldown's gonna connect on 3-4 heroes. There's the Winter's Curse, though, turning Mr. Burden against Nando and preventing him from getting full value out of his BKB, but they charge onto 2, bringing down 1. Toy consistently balling his way out of this. And the team fight of Execration again works its magic, finding them a kill and keeping everybody else safe.
You see, in that fight, even with the initiation, they caught the Spirit Breaker first. They still lost the fight because they couldn't burst him. And with, like you mentioned, the Execration team fight is just much stronger with the cooldown and the Tombstone there. Even with the Aegis, Ideal is still not able to take a fight properly unless they burst someone down. They have to land the combinations perfectly though. The pull from the Storm into like hook shot, and the Wyvern stunning the other heroes behind. Something like that.
Yeah, they did get a good curse that time. YO2.
Yeah, it was a really good curse on 3 heroes.
Wasting both BKBs there, as they didn't really get to do a whole lot offensively.
Yeah, just think about what happened just now. They got a good curse, and they had Aegis, but they still lost the fight. So it tells you a lot of the strength of the lineup alone.
Yeah, I guess the good news for Ideal is they still have the Aegis, so maybe look for an easier fight and then try to push in. We'll see what the plan is for them. But for now, Storm, he's going back for a Perseverance. Looks like he wants a Linken's Winter. Not going for the Hex. Or the Shivas.
The Linken's is... I mean, it's
Just for the Spirit Breaker, I guess?
yeah, but it's he have the use, so it's, I think very defensive. But I guess it'll be fine.
He's going to ball in, force out the BKB. Do they want to continue committing on this? Too low on mana. Gyro, no. Down to a 5-second BKB, though.
I don't think it's that necessary for him to get a Lincoln. I think it's very hard for Execration to kill him. As long as he plays it to his limits, don't overextend. Like, the better item would be probably getting a Hex, or even in this situation a Shivers, because Execration are dealing a lot of physical damage from the Gyro and the Shadow King.
Maybe it's that next level Octarine Core Storm.
No. No way, dude. There's no way. Octarine Core is not with Perseverance, dude.
Yeah. I don't know.
You're dreaming of something, dude. Octarine Core is not with Perseverance.
I'm making sure you're awake, Winter. I'm trolling you.
Yeah, right. I'm definitely awake. It's 8 PM, and you're definitely asleep. It's 5 AM for you.
I should be asleep, but SEA Dota, too entertaining. Alright, Nokia is going to walk in right into a Sentry, actually. He might end up going down to this 1-2-3. Beautiful raise combo, and that means the gem's down. Nando still has BKB. They hook in onto Primo, holding him back. Completely trapping on the cogs here, but it's Toy who ends up nearly going down. He'll Yules and jumps. No, can't get away. The raise catches him on the ball out, looking for the Requiem Bomb. Will they time it right? Cooldown's there. No, not quite. A 5-0 Winter's Curse. Actually 4, but good enough for now. They will end up backing off as Fox was the one man not trapped there. He runs down the river. Mystic Flare, not able to trap Toy. And he will end up getting out. Man, these curses, though. Wyo, too,
Yeah,
really keeping his team in this game.
It's not getting them kills, it's just saving the fight for them at the very least. They're really underestimating what Execration have, though. They need to be very careful taking a fight when Execration is ready. You know, 5 heroes are there, their lineup is very strong.
Well, Toy does live, but Age is down now, so he'll have to play a bit more defensively.
Yeah, and we were talking about getting
Lincoln.
getting the Hex.
Oh, the Hex, yeah.
The Hex was better than the Lincolns, or the Shivas would be better, but another item that could be good is like getting a Dagon, I think. Dagon in this game could work wonders if he actually gets... It will allow him to get a very quick kill on the Scarab every time he sees him.
On the Storm, you mean? Dagon.
Yeah, on the Storm. Yeah, okay. Dagon would be a good viable option, I think, because you can always kill the Scarab from full right away every time you see him. So it's, I think, a pretty good pickup here compared to the Lincolns.
Now I'm curious. I'm going to look... When is the last time that a Storm has gotten a Dagon in a serious match?
It's not a bad item on Storm. What's wrong?
I don't think it's bad. It's just very uncommon. Let's see. Dagon.
I don't think it's that uncommon, though.
It has been bought 3 times in 216 games in the latest patch, Winter.
So it's rare.
Yeah, it's a...
Okay, it's uncommon.
Let's see. Last patch was bought 0 times.
Okay.
6.82, 0 times.
Dagon confirmed not a good item.
It's been bought 3 times in the last 4 patches, so you are truly next level, my friend. But I agree with you. I don't think it's a bad item. Maybe not what he goes for next, but...
You can just message Blitz and ask him how much he likes to go Dagon on Storm.
No, Blitz is a tryhard. He needs a Storm MMR, so he would never go for a Dagon.
I think he likes to go Dagon though.
Does
he?
I
recall. Yeah, maybe you can ask him after.
Okay, we'll see. Hey man, I'm always a fan of a Dagon pickup.
the Red Taser, your favorite.
Yeah, I get to say Zap. Makes me happy. Well, we do have a pause. So for those of you joining us, I guess this is a good time to show you the bracket if you're not sure exactly what's going on. So it's 16 teams, single elimination, all matches BO3, and our grand finals is best of 5. Of course, this is the BTS SEA Cup. It's part of a larger tournament series called the BTS Series, guys. We're going to be running 18 of these cups over the next year, probably more like the next 10 months up until TI6, TI6. So, man, can't believe there's been so many internationals, Winter. But the winner of this match is going to move on to play either First Departure or Banana. So we'll have 2 more days of these round of 16 games, and then we'll move ahead into the round of 8. And the winners of those round of 8 games, they're in the money, my friend. They're guaranteed at least $1,000 each.
Thank you, my friend, for doing helping C with some events. I can only thank you on behalf of all the C community.
Oh, it's our pleasure. BTS we got our beginnings in C. You know, it warms the cockles of our hearts to do more content, and I hope we get to do more. I hope the teams enjoy these.
On that note, when are you coming to C?
God damn it, Winter! If you keep it up, never. Well, maybe I'll be there in October, buddy. Maybe I'll be there in October.
October?
Yeah.
Not November?
Well, the major's in Europe, right? So.
Okay, I thought you're coming over.
Are you gonna be at the major, Winter? Did Ice Frog invite you?
I'm not telling you. It's a secret.
What's your problem, dude? Wow, so much attitude from my boy Winter
It's a
here.
trick question, dude. You're asking me tricky questions.
All right, we have the unpause. We have the cue to resume here, and for those of you just joining us or kind of trickling in, it's been a really back and forth game, as you can see from the graph, up and down, but slowly and surely, Track Gold is beginning to eke out a bit of an advantage here for Ideal. Not an overwhelming one, at least not yet.
So right now, PL has Skadi and Manta diffuser. I think if this continues, he just needs. I think he might need to get a Boots of Travel soon. I feel Boots of Travel would be a nice next item for him. He just needs to make sure that he can always go back. Because if he gets the next item right now, which is item slot, then he wouldn't have a slot for TP unless he sells the drum.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
he's got the
Boots of
gold
Travel-
for it, but he's not buying one just yet. Maybe he'll sell the drums and just carry a TP or something.
Yeah, maybe. But I think Boost of Travel is a nice pickup here because you're going to get it eventually. You're not going to finish. If you're Ideal now, you're not going to finish the game anytime soon. You are going to drag the game long. So Boost of Travel is definitely a good pickup in this situation.
TNT muscling down the creep wave mid, and we'll finish it off. As Toy moves through the Radiant Jungle, scouting. Looks like he is going to save up some gold here. If he wants that Linken's, he's pretty close to it now. But maybe he'll just keep the Perseverance and disassemble it and Winter and just go for the Hex that you talked about.
I think Hex is actually one of the best options. Even though I like the Dagon, but I think Hex is always the best option in late game. It allows you to get pickoffs and it's very good against BKB heroes, which is in general 5-second BKBs would mean that the Hex would be very good in late game. So I think Hex, you can almost never go wrong if you get a Hex late game.
Well, if he wants a Dagon, he's not. He needs to look at the recipe a little more closely. that's what I've got to say to Toy here.
It's not getting a Dagon. It's definitely like all the big items, Shivas, Hex, any sort of items along those lines.
Yeah, I mean you can't argue with those. Like, really, what do they have for control? Unless Gyro gets an Abyssal later on, it's just the Spirit Breaker.
I think they need a Lotus Orb though. Yeah, I think Spirit Breaker will probably get one. Lotus Orb is very good this game.
Why? Can you expand on that a little bit?
It's good versus the track, and you can at some point use it to deal with the Storm Initiation. Like he jumps in and you can just cast the Orb on the guy, the Lotus Orb on the Gyro presumably, or the SF. I think
Just
it's
for
really
the
good.
Purge effect, you mean?
Yeah, the Purge effect.
It removes
Very
Hex
good.
then. Okay.
Yeah, it removes the Hex, so it's a very good way of dealing with. I assume the Storm will get a Hex at some point unless he decides not to go for the Hex entirely. I'll be really surprised.
You know, it's funny because like that support Diffusal Blade build that Puppy used to do to counter Hex, like it's dead. There's no reason to do that anymore.
It's like a very good idea though, and the game should have had something that does that.
Yeah, but now they have Greaves as well, so there's like two just better support items that also give you the Purge.
Yeah, the thing is the Greaves only purge yourself, so you don't purge your teammate.
That's true.
The Lotus Orb in this game is very good for the Spirit Breaker to save the Gyro or the Shadow Fiend.
Ideal for now are sitting back. Roshan.
They still don't have a 4-star. I'm actually very worried. Playing without a 4-star against Footwork late game with Aghanim Scepter is not a good idea at all.
I mean, their supports are just very poor is the biggest issue, I think. Like, they're dying and they don't have track gold.
It's not only that though, I think the Ghost Scepter on the Skyraft could be actually... It's
Could be
better
a
to get a 4-star, yeah. On the Skyraft, at least they get one. I can't really argue so much on the Solar Crest on the Undying. I think it's a very good item. So, but definitely the 4-star would be better than the Ghost Scepter.
Ideal sitting very far back here, tucked near the high ground. His Execration smoked up, but the timing isn't quite right. Ro16 not actually out yet, so they won't be able to sneak it, and they don't find a kill either. They'll have to back up in the end as PL completes an MKB. Worried about that Shadow Fiend Butterfly. He will get some True Strike. Looks like it's going to be a very aggressive PL build from here on out.
Okay, so let's see. What's next for the PL after this? He's gonna get Boost of Travel, I assume. After this, since he did, yeah, Boost of Travel, then Abyssal. What else is actually good for him? Yeah, I guess
Butterfly.
Abyssal. I guess Abyssal would be the best.
Butterfly is also pretty good, but I feel like he's probably not dying unless the fights go terribly wrong anyway.
Yeah, I think Abyssal would actually give him more power to solo kill, and that's much more important on the PL. Because you're going to be generally speed pushing in the late game. You want to make sure that when you force someone to TP to your lane, you have the power to actually solo kill the guy. So Abyssal will actually give him that.
Ideal is going to continue to sit back here, and it seems like they're just waiting for the Rosh at this point. Constantly shooting the rockets out. Execration. Do they have a smoke available now is the question. No, oh, there you go. That's their last smoke for 3 minutes, Winter, and what do you know? Poor guys, timing's not right. 1 minute too soon.
Oh, this is like playing Russian roulette, you know, in a tense situation. You don't get it. Either you get it or you don't get it.
Yeah, and so much counts on so much relies on these smokes really, but maybe they'll get a kill. There's something to give them a little map
hard
control.
though on this position unless Ideal walk into it.
Yeah, this is a good spot to contest.
This is the sort of situation where you are so thankful that you have all these tier 2 towers alive, you know. Otherwise, the enemy can just smoke gang deep into your base and just get a freebie.
And the jungle as well. They can just come right through the mid lane and wrap around behind you.
Yeah, going back to the Abyssal just now, I just want to tell you something interesting from Dota 1 days. If you get a basher on an illusion based hero, you can get perma bashed by the illusions. The illusions don't get to bash you, but if you get bashed by the real hero and the illusions proc the bash, it actually prolongs the bash.
It extends it. Yeah, but it also I think it also worked the other way, where if you got a fake bash, then like any other bashes while the fake bash was still affecting them would not go through from the main hero, if I remember correctly.
Glad it doesn't work anymore in Dota 3. Oh, here comes the hook! He's gonna steal!
Well, while we're talking about bashes, there's a brilliant play by KYT. Snags the Aegis. So all the while, though, the split push is going here for Toy. He's gonna instantly silence Lumik on the TP, and he's got the cheese here. May need to pop it just to survive. Is he gonna cheese? He will cheese. I think Toy may still have enough to kill him. He's focusing range tracks during this time as another hook comes flying out, trapping Primo, who's in the cogs, not where he wants to be. They're still getting the kills. They bring down Chemo. They're taking a lane of Brax here, Ideal are, and all the while, galloping away as the Spirit Breaker trying to make it out, but Ideal, well, not in addition to snagging that Aegis, they're going to get the more important objectives here now. Taking down an additional hero, 2 supports down, and it is starting to feel like what you said is true, Winter. These supports just don't offer much at this stage of the game. Burden will engage TNT again, picking off the backliners, now bringing down the Spirit Breaker solo. And as the BKB of the Gyrocopter ends, the Yules will come out, now pulling him back, even though he gets something called out. It's not much damage at this stage. 4 dead, about to be 5. It's a wipe for Ideal. It starts with the brilliance of KYT. It ends with the base in shambles. There's only 2 buybacks here. At any moment, this just may be the game. It's the buyback from Shadow Fiend.
Not having a 4-star there, LD was so crucial. They couldn't save anyone, and they couldn't get out. So they lost their racks.
2 lanes of racks, no buybacks on the key heroes aside from Shadow Fiend, but he really can't do it alone.
They're gonna lose all their racks here.
Ideal mega creeps, and with this, Execration came into this match maybe as a bit of favorites, but Ideal looking to get their revenge. I think Execration did beat them the last time they faced off in the series very recently, but for now, Nando, hold trap. This should be potentially the last takedown of the Shadow Fiend, but he is tanky. Courtesy of the Butterfly and Lifesteal. Mega Creeps are now officially out. Just the Tombstone to guard the base. They'll have one last clash, and then the GG comes out. Chemo calls it. Execration trailing 0-1 in the best of 3 now.
Yeah, this is just a very good example of like the difference in lineups. Execration is much stronger early game, and when it comes to a point where it's 40 minutes, you don't have 2 useful supports, and you don't have 4 stars, you're basically counting on only 3 heroes to win the game. Whereas Ideal, all 5 heroes are very useful in this type of situation and this type of game. So it's just very hard for Execration to do much when the game reaches this point for them.
Overall, Winter, looking at this game, do you feel it was more draft related, or where do you think things went wrong in the end?
I think it's different plans though. Both teams have their own plans, and I mentioned in draft I liked how Execration responded when they saw Ideal pick Bounty, Storm, Clockwork, and Wyvern, so they know that they were going to be split pushing, trying to catch, and they respond with having Undying plus Shadow Fiend, Gyro. So they were gonna push. It's just they didn't catch the timing, and I think I said it just now as well. Like I felt they could have gone for the Roche play earlier with their lineup, and with the Roche play they would be more confident in pushing. And as long as they are pushing, they are not going to give away pickoffs, because a lot of the momentum was slowed when they gave away a lot of key pickoffs to the Storm and the Clockwork. And this game, I think the Clockwork was definitely the MVP of the match.
All right, so, well, folks, with that, I'm pretty sure that my exploit actually froze, although it seems the stream continued going out, but I can't actually officially wrap this off. So the stream is going to go down now. I apologize for that, but we'll restart it immediately, and we'll get back underway with Game 2 after a short break. So don't panic, no picnic, just refresh. We'll be back soon. Of course, be sure to follow Winter at WinterDota. You can follow me as well on Twitter at LDDota. And we'll be back in just a few moments.